Part 2. Advanced Threats, Automation and Program Management Related Scenarios.
Welcome to Part 2 of the Vulnerability Management Scenarios Masterclass. In Part 1, we covered our operational core scenarios, covering mass-critical spikes, zero-day crisis management, and external attack surfaces. Now, we enter the advanced frontier, automating complex workflows, securing cloud-native pipelines, navigating enterprise politics, defending against ransomware, and managing the risks of emerging technologies like AI and post-quantum cryptography-related scenarios.
Part 1 Recap. What we covered so far.
In Part 1 of this masterclass, we covered our operational core by diving deep into the first 120 scenarios. We mastered the triage of massive scanner spikes, resolved false positives, and navigated high-pressure zero-day crises using metrics like CISA KEV and EPSS. We also explored the human element of security diplomacy, negotiating patch SLAs with business units, and uncovered hidden attack surfaces like shadow IT and unmanaged cloud instances. If you missed this critical foundation, check the link in the description below to catch up before starting our advanced track.
Part 2. Categories 13 to 25.
In this second and final video, we cover the remaining 13 advanced categories comprising scenarios 121 to 250. Category 13. Ransomware-Focused VM scenarios. Category 14. DevSecOps and CI and CD scenarios. Category 15. VM automation and SOAR scenarios. Category 16. Hybrid enterprise infrastructure scenarios. Category 17. Executive and political pressure scenarios. Category 18. Advanced analyst judgment scenarios. Category 19. Compliance and regulatory scenarios. Category 20. Third-party and supply chain scenarios. Category 21. OT, IoT, and ICS scenarios. Category 22. Penetration testing, bug bounty, and red team integration. Category 23. Risk acceptance and exception lifecycle scenarios. Category 24. Metrics, KPIs, and program building scenarios. Category 25. Artificial intelligence and emerging tech scenarios. Let's dive into Category 13.
Category 13. Ransomware-Focused VM scenarios.
Ransomware is the most immediate operational threat to the modern enterprise. Attackers no longer just steal data. They systematically target key domain controllers, backup repositories, and virtualization hosts to maximize business paralysis. In this category, we test your ability to prioritize ransomware entry vectors and coordinate defensive actions under active compromise conditions.
Category 13 Scenarios 121 to 130.
Here are the 10 critical scenarios focusing on ransomware defense and infrastructure exposure. Scenario 121. Ransomware groups exploiting Active Directory domain controllers. Scenario 122. Managing critical vulnerabilities that affect backup infrastructure. Scenario 123. Addressing active ransomware campaigns targeting remote access VPNs. Scenario 124. Assessing the ransomware risk of unpatched virtualization hosts. Scenario 125. Identifying vulnerabilities most likely to lead to ransomware deployment. Scenario 126. Securing an unpatchable database server during active exploit campaigns. Scenario 127. Coordinating VM and IR teams during early-stage ransomware detection. Scenario 128. Accelerating operations when exploit cycles outpace patching windows. Scenario 129. Escalating risk when business units reject emergency downtime. Scenario 130. Investigating process failures after a breach on a known vulnerability. Let's dive into Scenario 121.
Scenario 121. Threat intelligence confirms that a ransomware syndicate is actively exploiting a privilege escalation vulnerability on your enterprise Active Directory domain controllers. The head of identity warns that taking the domain controllers offline will halt authentication enterprise-wide. How do you execute an emergency response strategy without crippling business operations?
Answer: Tier 0 identity assets under active compromise require a zero downtime rolling isolation strategy. I would execute the following steps. 1. Enforce administrative microsegmentation. Immediately block all RDP, WinRM, and non-essential management protocols to the domain controllers from general internal VLANs. restricting access to only a designated Tier 0 admin jump box. 2. Initiate a rolling patch deployment. Work with the identity team to patch and reboot one secondary domain controller at a time. Because Active Directory is natively redundant, authentication automatically fails over to the remaining active nodes. 3. Deploy high-fidelity behavioral bypasses. Instruct the endpoint detection engineering team to switch EDR policies on the domain controllers to strict blocking for unauthorized credential dumping processes, for example, LSAS memory access. 4. Audit recent identity modifications. Perform an immediate historical query on Active Directory logs event ID 4720 to ensure the attackers have not already utilized the vulnerability to create rogue backup administrative accounts. Pro tip: ransomware actors exploit domain controllers not to encrypt them first, but to distribute the encryption payload enterprise-wide via Group Policy Objects (GPOs). Always lock down GPO edit permissions during an active Active Directory threat.
Scenario 122. During an infrastructure audit, you discover unpatched remote code execution vulnerabilities on the enterprise backup servers and underlying storage repositories. The chief risk officer asks for an immediate risk appraisal. Why is an unpatched backup infrastructure uniquely dangerous in a ransomware scenario, and how do you prioritize its remediation?
Answer: an unpatched backup infrastructure flips the enterprise risk profile from a recoverable outage to an existential extinction event. Modern ransomware syndicates explicitly target backup repositories first to delete or encrypt historical restore points, completely neutralizing the organization's recovery strategy and forcing ransom payment. I would explain to the chief risk officer that backup servers must be categorized as Tier 0 crown jewels and prioritize their remediation above all standard production servers. Until patches are verified, I would enforce air-gapped logical immutability and require strict multi-factor authentication for any administrative access to the backup storage fabric. Pro tip: never trust a backup server running on the same Active Directory domain as the rest of the company. If the domain falls, the backup server falls. Remediate this architectural vulnerability by moving backup management into an isolated, untrusted workgroup.
Scenario 123. A high-speed ransomware campaign begins targeting a newly disclosed remote code execution vulnerability in your remote access VPN concentrators, which currently support 10,000 remote workers. The CISO demands immediate containment before the attackers gain an initial foothold. What happens first in your triage workflow?
Answer: immediate containment at the network edge requires a shield and quarantine protocol. My first actions would follow this workflow. 1. Execute edge geofencing. Request the network engineering team to instantly apply aggressive source IP filtering at the perimeter firewall, dropping all traffic originating from non-business operating countries or known anonymizer networks. 2. Enable IPS virtual patching. Check the perimeter intrusion prevention system for a newly released exploit signature matching the VPN flaw and verify the rule is operating in active drop mode rather than alert only. 3. Enforce mandatory posture checks. Configure the VPN gateway's host checker to drop connections from any remote endpoint that lacks an active, up-to-date EDR sensor, ensuring compromised home machines cannot bridge into the network. 4. Coordinate out-of-band upgrades. Prepare the firmware patch for an immediate midnight flash upgrade, drafting an enterprise-wide communication to alert remote workers of the mandatory session disconnection. Pro tip: initial access brokers, IABs, use automated scripts to index vulnerable VPN concentrators within minutes of a CVE disclosure. If your concentrator was exposed without an IPS shield for even 24 hours, you must operate under the assumption that credentials were stolen and trigger a mandatory password reset.
Scenario 124. Your vulnerability scanner flags critical authentication bypass flaws across 200 VMware ESXi virtualization hosts running the core ERP platform. Lead infrastructure engineers are hesitant to apply hypervisor patches due to potential storage disconnects. How does this virtualization exposure amplify ransomware risk, and how do you justify the downtime?
Answer: I would defend the downtime by explaining the hypervisor ransomware multiplier. Previously, Attackers had to run encryption scripts inside individual virtual machines, which triggered endpoint detection sensors. Today, strains like ESXi bypass virtual machines entirely, gaining root access to the hypervisor and encrypting the raw data store volumes .vmdk files in seconds. This completely blinds our in-guest security tools and takes down hundreds of servers simultaneously. I would justify the outage to infrastructure leads by demonstrating that an unpatched hypervisor makes our application-level security controls completely irrelevant. Pro tip: if infrastructure teams cannot patch the ESXi kernel immediately, inspect the hypervisor firewall. Ensure the native ESXi management interface port 443 and Open SLP service port 427 are strictly firewalled to reject all connections originating outside the dedicated out-of-band management subnet.
Scenario 125. During a board briefing, leadership asks you to identify the specific vulnerabilities in the enterprise most likely to facilitate a ransomware deployment. With over 100,000 total open findings in the database, how do you filter the noise to answer leadership accurately?
Answer: I would build a ransomware precursor filter that correlates raw vulnerabilities against known cybercriminal attack paths. Filter 1. Perimeter initial access. Isolate all open remote code execution or authentication bypass vulnerabilities located on internet-exposed edge devices, for example, VPNs, firewalls, mail gateways. Filter 2. Remote access protocols. Identify unpatched internal assets exposing management interfaces like RDP port 3389, SMB port 445, or WinRM port 5985, which serve as primary lateral movement highways. Filter 3. Privilege escalation on crown jewels. Extract local kernel flaws located on Active Directory domain controllers, identity providers, and enterprise backup storage nodes. Filter 4. Ransomware threat feeds. Cross-reference the resulting subset against the CISA KEV catalog and specialized ransomware intelligence tracking feeds to isolate actively weaponized CVEs. Pro tip: executives respond to attack surface visualizations. Do not just hand leadership a spreadsheet of CVEs. Present an attack path map showing how an unpatched internet-facing web portal connects directly to the financial database via unpatched SMB pipes.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire master vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 126. A business-critical financial file server running legacy SMB protocols cannot be patched during an active ransomware outbreak because it processes real-time global transactions. The CFO refuses any downtime. What compensating controls do you implement to shield this high-value target?
Answer: protecting an unpatchable transactional core requires an inline shielding and behavioral containment protocol. 1. Enforce SMB signing and encryption. Work with the network team to mandate strict SMB packet signing across the local network, preventing attackers from executing man-in-the-middle credential relay attacks. 2. Deploy host-based exploit mitigation. Enable aggressive memory integrity protections within the endpoint security agent to block the specific buffer overflow techniques used by legacy SMB exploits. 3. Implement file system canary files. Place invisible audited canary files in primary file shares. If an automated encryption process attempts to modify these files, the endpoint agent instantly kills the parent network connection. 4. Restrict service account scope. Audit and remove all broad administrative groups from the server's local access list, ensuring external compromised service accounts cannot map the file shares. Pro tip: use application micro-segmentation. Configure a strict zero-trust host firewall policy on the financial server that drops all incoming connections from standard user subnets, allowing inbound SMB pipes only times from verified application tier IP addresses.
Scenario 127. Threat hunters detect early-stage ransomware precursor activity, such as unauthorized network scanning and Cobalt Strike beacons originating from an unpatched marketing workstation. How do the VM and IR teams coordinate to contain the threat and map the blast radius?
Answer: this requires a synchronized containment and sweep workflow between vulnerability management and incident response. 1. IR immediate containment. The incident response team executes an automated endpoint quarantine on the marketing workstation, preserving memory volatile artifacts for forensic reconstruction. 2. VM blast radius extraction. VM team pulls the specific vulnerability profile of the quarantine workstation to identify how times the attacker gained initial execution, for example, an outdated browser library. 3. Enterprise lateral sweep. The VM team runs an instant dynamic query across the inventory to identify every other machine sharing that identical unpatched library, handing the target list to IR for behavioral sweeping. 4. Close the entry vector. While IR hunts for active command and control beacons across the exposed subset, VM coordinates emergency patching on those specific assets to prevent reinfection. Pro tip: ensure your VM tool's API is directly integrated into the SOAR platform used by incident response. When IR quarantines a host, the orchestration platform should automatically pull and attach the asset's open CVE list to the incident ticket.
Scenario 128. Ransomware syndicates are weaponizing vulnerabilities within 48 hours of disclosure, completely outpacing your standard 30-day enterprise patching cycle. The CISO demands a process overhaul to prevent constant emergency fire drills. How do you improve operational velocity?
Answer: I would transform our remediation architecture from a calendar-driven model to an event-driven automated fabric. A 30-day cycle assumes a static adversary. We must shift to continuous risk ingestion. I would implement automated virtual patching at our secure web gateways and firewalls, which instantly drops malicious exploit packets at the perimeter the second a high-risk CVE is announced. Simultaneously, I would establish pre-authorized, automated endpoint patch rings for standard applications, for example, browsers, PDF viewers, completely bypassing the manual 2-week change advisory board approval process for routine software updates. Pro tip: focus on reducing your mean time to triage MTTT. If an analyst spends 3 days manually researching whether a new CVE affects the environment, your 48-hour window is already lost. Leverage automated software bill of materials SBOM indexing to achieve near instantaneous asset exposure correlation.
Scenario 129. Multiple business unit leaders collectively reject your emergency downtime requests to patch a critical ransomware vector, arguing that their quarterly bonus targets rely on uninterrupted system availability. How do you escalate this systemic business pushback?
Answer: I would immediately transition this from a technical request to an enterprise liability transfer. I would draft an executive risk memorandum detailing the specific threat actor targeting the vulnerability, the technical certainty of compromise, and the hard financial calculation of an extended ransomware recovery outage. I would present this to the Enterprise Risk Committee, forcing the business unit heads to formally sign a liability transfer agreement. This explicitly states that their department budget will absorb the full financial damages of a regulatory fine, forensic investigation, and ransomware recovery if the unpatched system is breached. Pro tip: never argue security policy with business units in a vacuum. Always align your escalation with the General Counsel and Chief Financial Officer. When business leaders realize that their personal operational budget, rather than an abstract corporate insurance policy, is on the line, maintenance windows open up immediately.
Scenario 130. Following a catastrophic ransomware encryption event, forensic analysis proves the attackers entered through a critical vulnerability that your VM scanner had correctly flagged 6 months prior. Leadership orders a complete root cause audit. What process failures do you investigate?
Answer: a long-standing unpatched vulnerability resulting in a breach indicates a breakdown across multiple operational gates. I would investigate these specific systemic failures. 1. The exception lifecycle breakdown. Did the asset owner submit a temporary 30-day risk acceptance that was never formally reviewed or revoked upon expiration, allowing the flaw to persist indefinitely? 2. The silent failure patching loop. Did the automated patch deployment tool report a successful install status code to the central console, while the actual vulnerable binary on disk remained locked and unchanged? 3. The unmanaged perimeter mismatch. Was the asset located in an unauthorized shadow cloud account or legacy network segment that lacked an active endpoint security blocking agent? 4. The SLA enforcement void. Why did the ticketing system fail to trigger an executive escalation to the CISO when the high-risk remediation ticket breached its mandatory 30-day resolution window? Pro tip: look closely at your asset categorization logic. Often, critical entry vectors are misclassified in the CMDB as low-priority internal systems, preventing automated VM filters from flagging them as high-priority targets. Fixing the CMDB data model is critical to preventing future analytical blind spots.
Category 13 Conclusion.
Defending against ransomware is not about achieving perfect security. It is about building a highly resilient architecture that denies attackers their primary targets. By isolating Tier 0 domain controllers, protecting immutable backup networks, and securing virtualization hypervisors, you ensure that even if an initial compromise occurs, the threat is contained, recovery is rapid, and the business never faces an existential crisis.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 13 to Category 14.
While ransomware defense secures our existing infrastructure against targeted attacks, modern applications are being built and deployed at a pace that infrastructure teams cannot manually audit. To protect the organization at cloud scale, we must move our security gates out of production and directly into the software development lifecycle. We are moving from infrastructure defense to continuous integration and deployment. Welcome to DevSecOps and CI and CD. Let's explore Category 14.
Category 14. DevSecOps and CI and CD scenarios.
The velocity of modern software delivery has made manual vulnerability gating obsolete. To secure application code, you cannot wait for production scans. You must inject security controls directly into the development pipeline. In this category, we evaluate your ability to embed security into CI and CD workflows, triage pipeline failures, handle SAST tool friction, and orchestrate automated dependency updates without slowing down the release lifecycle.
Category 14 scenarios 131 to 140.
Here are the 10 critical scenarios for shifting security left into modern pipelines. Scenario 131, stopping developers from continuously introducing vulnerable libraries. Scenario 132, managing engineering teams that ignore SAST tool findings. Scenario 133, troubleshooting container image vulnerabilities that keep recurring. Scenario 134, balancing security gating with rapid software release velocity. Scenario 135, handling requests for pipeline exceptions during dependency failures. Scenario 136, mitigating IAC templates that repeatedly deploy insecure configurations. Scenario 137, managing risks when emergency deployments bypass security scans. Scenario 138, coordinating remediation for a vulnerable package across hundreds of apps. Scenario 139, restoring security visibility over developer-managed cloud infrastructure. Scenario 140, evaluating risk acceptance requests for persistent container vulnerabilities. Let's dive into Scenario 131.
Scenario 131. Despite security training, development teams continuously import open-source packages containing critical vulnerabilities into their production code branches, triggering a never-ending cycle of emergency cleanups. How do you implement a process to reduce the recurrence of these vulnerabilities in production?
Answer: resolving library recurrence requires moving from reactive detection to continuous ingestion governance. I would execute the following steps. 1. Deploy IDE integrated scanning. Equip developer environments with real-time dependency analysis, plugins that alert engineers to known vulnerabilities times before times they commit code to the repository. 2. Configure automated PR security audits. Integrate software composition analysis (SCA) directly into the branch merge process, automatically flagging and highlighting vulnerable libraries in every pull request. 3. Establish a secure private registry. Route all dependency downloads through a private artifact repository, for example, Artifactory configured to block any package that does not pass security health checks. 4. Enable auto-upgrade dependencies. Deploy automated upgrade bots such as Dependabot to continuously scan, test, and generate pull requests for non-breaking library patches. Pro tip: focus on reachable paths. Many SCA scanners flag libraries that are bundled but never actually called or executed by the application code. Focusing development effort on reachable dependencies reduces alert noise by over 70%.
Scenario 132. Security findings from static application security testing (SAST) tools are systematically ignored by engineering teams because the reports are flooded with false positives, creating massive political friction between security and development. What changes would you implement?
Answer: I would transform our SAST deployment from a noise engine to a curated quality gate. I would first disable 90% of the default out-of-the-box security rules, keeping only a core set of high-confidence signatures that have a near-zero false positive rate, for example, hard-coded secrets or raw SQL injection vectors. Next, I would partner with lead developers to run a tuning sprint, customizing the engine's parser to match our specific coding frameworks. Finally, I would move the remaining findings directly into their existing backlog as standard code quality bugs rather than separate security tickets, treating security flaws as native code debt. Pro tip: implement incremental scanning in your pull request lifecycle. Instead of scanning the entire million-line codebase on every build, configure the SAST engine to analyze only the specific lines of code altered in the current branch, reducing pipeline scan time to seconds.
Scenario 133. Container image vulnerabilities are repeatedly reintroduced into production environments even after the development team has verified and merged the fix. This is creating a zombie vulnerability cycle in your container registries. Why does this happen, and how do you troubleshoot it?
Answer: reintroduction cycles indicate a failure in the container build pipeline or parent image tracking. I would investigate using these troubleshooting steps. 1. Audit the base image tagging. Check if the Docker file references generic mutable tags like latest. If the parent image is not pinned to a specific cryptographic digest hash, rebuilding the container will pull whatever insecure version is current. 2. Verify cache invalidation settings. Ensure the CI and CD build runner is not pulling stale, cached layers of the container file system that still contain the unpatched libraries. 3. Map developer branch divergence. Check if an older developer branch was merged back into the main trunk times after times the patch was applied, accidentally overriding the updated dependency configurations. 4. Enforce registry image scanning. Configure the container registry, for example, a WSECR, to automatically scan images on push and reject any tag overwrite containing critical vulnerabilities. Pro tip: use distroless parent images. By stripping the container down to only the application binary and its direct runtime dependencies, completely removing shells, package managers, and standard utilities, you reduce the vulnerability footprint of the image by over 90%.
Scenario 134. Development leads complain to senior leadership that vulnerability remediation is slowing down product delivery and jeopardizing market-critical launch dates. They are asking for complete freeze on security pipeline gates. How do you balance security and velocity to resolve this executive-level conflict?
Answer: I would resolve this conflict by replacing blocking gates with dynamic risk guardrails. I would present a graduated enforcement model to leadership. Instead of a hard pipeline block for every time's vulnerability, the CI and CD pipeline would only fail a build if a newly introduced vulnerability is actively exploited, verified via threat intelligence. For standard non-exploitable vulnerabilities, the pipeline will generate an automated security ticket with a 30-day SLA, allowing the build to pass. This keeps the development engine running while maintaining clear visibility and accountability for technical debt. Pro tip: offer self-service exception bypasses. Allow development managers to override a pipeline block directly from their terminal times if they provide a valid Jira project ID associated with their upcoming remediation sprint, turning security enforcement from a roadblock into an audit trail.
Scenario 135. A critical dependency vulnerability causes a blocking failure in a production release CI and CD pipeline. Engineering leadership demands an emergency security exception to bypass the block and meet an active customer commitment. How do you handle this request?
Answer: I would treat this as a risk-scoped operational variance. I would refuse a permanent, open-ended exception, but I would approve a time-bound temporary waiver, typically 48 hours, under two conditions. First, the application owner must document a short-term compensating control, such as wrapping the service in a restricted, non-public subnet. Second, an automated ticket must be created to automatically roll back or deprecate the deployment if the verified patch is not applied once the emergency window expires. This keeps the deployment on track while ensuring the risk is actively monitored and time-limited. Pro tip: avoid manual exception spreadsheet logs. Ensure your CI and CD scanning platform like Snike or Prisma has a policy engine that allows you to configure just-in-time risk exceptions with an embedded time to live TTL attribute that automatically expires and triggers a pipeline block.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 136. Infrastructure as code (IAC) templates are repeatedly deploying insecure configurations, such as open port 22 security groups or unencrypted S3 buckets, despite manual remediation efforts. How do you stop this cyclical misconfiguration loop?
Answer: I would shift security enforcement from reactive host scanning to proactive pre-deployment linting in the CI and CD pipeline. 1. Implement static IAC analysis. Integrate a static analysis tool such as Checkov, TerraScan, or TFSec directly into the code repository to scan Terraform or CloudFormation templates during pull requests. 2. Enforce pipeline gatekeeping. Configure the validation script to automatically fail the build and block the merge if the template contains high-risk policy violations, for example, wildcards in IAM policies. 3. Provide inline remediation code. Ensure the pipeline console output does not just report the error, but displays the exact corrected line of code required to resolve the misconfiguration. 4. Establish policy as code guardrails. Deploy centralized cloud policies such as AWS service control policies that enforce absolute security guardrails, blocking unauthorized service configurations even if the local template is pushed. Pro tip: do not write custom security tests from scratch. Standardize your IAC rule set on the CIS Center for Internet Security Benchmarks, which provide pre-built, industry-vetted configuration profiles for all major cloud providers.
Scenario 137. During an active critical database outage, the platform engineering team uses an administrative break glass account to bypass security scanning and push an unvetted hotfix directly to production. What risks concern you most, and how do you audit this bypass?
Answer: my primary concern is the blind spot entry vector. Bypassing the security scanners during an emergency means we might have unknowingly deployed a vulnerable open source library or a hard-coded database credential directly to our production perimeter. I would respond by initiating an out-of-band post-deployment scan, specifically targeted at the modified container image or host. Simultaneously, I would coordinate with the IAM team to perform an immediate audit on the break glass credentials, ensuring the service account was successfully rotated and that the emergency session log has a corresponding change management ticket. Pro tip: implement an automated post-emergency recertification policy. Any deployment that bypasses the CI and CD security gate must automatically trigger an emergency static analysis ticket in Jira that requires verification within 24 hours of the freeze lifting.
Scenario 138. A highly critical vulnerability is discovered in an open source library that is deeply embedded in over 300 active software repositories across the enterprise. How do you coordinate the mapping and patching of this ubiquitous package without manual intervention?
Answer: a mass dependency remediation campaign requires a centralized inventory discovery and automated pull request orchestration approach. 1. Query the central SBOM. Query your software bill of materials database to instantly extract every application, microservice, and running container dependency list containing the vulnerable package. 2. Publish a centralized gold dependency. Coordinate with the platform engineering team to verify and publish a secure, pre-patched version of the library in the private corporate registry. 3. Automate remediation pull requests. Deploy orchestration tools such as Renovate or Dependabot to programmatically generate pull requests across all 300 repositories, updating the package file automatically. 4. Track progress by department. Establish a public remediation leaderboard comparing the burn-down rate of different engineering teams, leveraging social visibility to drive fast compliance. Pro tip: prioritize your remediation wave based on network reachability. Run an automated external attack surface scan to isolate and patch applications that are public-facing first, DMZ-bound second, and internal-only third, ensuring immediate protection from external attacks.
Scenario 139. The security team discovers they have zero visibility into cloud resources and databases deployed directly in developer-managed cloud accounts experimental sandboxes. How do you recover visibility without disrupting developer agility?
Answer: I would deploy an API-first, agentless cloud posture integration strategy across our cloud footprint. 1. Deploy organization-level connectors. Configure Cloud Security Posture Management (CSPM) integrations at the cloud root organization level, for example, AWS organizations, ensuring all sandbox accounts automatically inherit read-only scanning credentials. 2. Implement agentless snapshot scanning. Use side scanning APIs to read underlying cloud block storage volumes directly from the hypervisor, identifying vulnerabilities and OS patch levels without installing intrusive local agents. 3. Enforce mandatory SSO integration. Require all experimental cloud accounts to federate authentication through the enterprise identity provider, maintaining a robust audit log of user access. 4. Configure automated decommissioning. Set automated policies to quarantine or delete sandbox resources that are missing cost center tags or have been running uninterrupted for over 14 days. Pro tip: developer sandboxes are a primary target for automated crypto jacking bots. Set up automated billing anomaly triggers in AWS billing. If an experimental sandbox suddenly experiences a 200% spike in computing spend, the system should automatically quarantine the account.
Scenario 140. An engineering lead requests a permanent risk acceptance exception for several critical vulnerabilities inside a containerized microservice, arguing that the container only runs for 5 seconds per job. How do you evaluate and respond to this request?
Answer: I would reject the request for a permanent exception and instead offer a time-bound conditional variance. I would explain that while the container's execution time is only 5 seconds, those 5 seconds are fully sufficient for an automated exploit payload to achieve remote execution and cache administrative credentials in memory. I would analyze the container's runtime privileges. If it is running as root or has host network mapping, the risk is severe regardless of runtime length. I would approve a temporary exception only if they strip the container of root privileges and implement a strict read-only root file system configuration. Pro tip: verify if the vulnerable component is actually needed. Developers often use massive, bloated base operating system images like Ubuntu or Debian that contain thousands of unnecessary packages. Suggest migrating the microservice to a minimal Alpine or distroless base image, which typically eliminates 95% of container vulnerabilities without any code modifications.
Category 14 Conclusion.
DevSecOps is not about stopping developers. It is about shifting security from a reactive bottleneck to a native, automated quality gate. By integrating dependency scanning directly into pull requests, securing infrastructure as code templates before deployment, and automating the generation of non-breaking remediation branches, you allow development to move at maximum velocity without leaving the enterprise vulnerable to mass external exploits.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs. But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 14 to Category 15.
While shifting security left into the pipeline protects modern custom-built code, managing thousands of vulnerabilities across legacy databases, virtual machines, and cloud fabrics requires an operational scale that manual ticketing cannot support. To achieve true scalability, we must build intelligent automated pipelines that ingest threat telemetry, orchestrate tickets, and automate the remediation loop. We are moving from pipeline gating to enterprise security orchestration. Welcome to Vulnerability Management Automation and SOAR. Let's explore Category 15.
Category 15. VM automation and SOAR scenarios.
Automation is the multiplier for modern defense, but unmanaged automation is a fast track to production outages and operational fatigue. This category tests your ability to orchestrate the lifecycle of a vulnerability safely. You will learn how to design automated patching guardrails, optimize ticket workflows in SOAR, handle data normalization challenges across multiple scanning tools, and responsibly evaluate AI-driven prioritization systems.
Category 15 scenarios 141 to 150.
Here are the 10 critical scenarios for orchestrating automated vulnerability lifecycles. Scenario 141. Evaluating core risks when designing automated remediation workflows. Scenario 142. Troubleshooting missing controls after automated patching disrupts production. Scenario 143. Improving team adoption for automated SOAR remediation tickets. Scenario 144. Tuning automated scanning processes to suppress false positives. Scenario 145. Navigating architectural concerns with fully autonomous AI prioritization. Scenario 146. Resolving automation failures when transitioning from VMs to cloud workloads. Scenario 147. eliminating duplicate tasks and resolving orchestration workflow conflicts. Scenario 148. Implementing validation controls to prevent incorrect automated ticket closure. Scenario 149. Overcoming data normalization challenges across multi-vendor scanning tools. Scenario 150. Optimizing automated security pipelines to eliminate alert fatigue. Let's dive into Scenario 141.
Scenario 141. Your organization wants to implement automated remediation for all critical vulnerabilities on high-volume production endpoints. While the CISO is pushing for maximum patching velocity to minimize our exploit window, the operations team fears that unattended patches will cause catastrophic application failures. What critical risks must you evaluate before implementing this automation?
Answer: unsupervised automation introduces the risk of cascading operational outages. I would evaluate 3 core risks. First, the patch quality risk, specifically the likelihood of a vendor-released update containing bugs that crash the host kernel. Second, the dependencies risk, where patching a shared utility like Java silently breaks integrations for legacy application stacks. Third, the contextual exposure risk, where automated reboots on redundant database clusters trigger a simultaneous failover failure. I would advise the CISO that automation must be phased, starting with non-production tiers and requiring positive health checks before expanding to production. Pro tip: establish automated rolling canaries for patching. Apply the automated patch to only 1% of your target endpoints first. If the host monitoring tools detect a spike in error logs or CPU usage within 24 hours, the automation script must automatically halt the rollout and trigger an rollback alert.
Scenario 142. An automated patch script deploys an OS update to a production SQL Server cluster during an approved maintenance window. However, the script triggers a silent service crash, corrupting the database and causing a 4-hour unscheduled outage. What security and operational controls were missing from this automation process?
Answer: this failure indicates a complete lack of validation and rollback guardrails in the automation loop. I would implement the following missing controls. 1. Deploy post-patch state verification. Configure the automation script to query the specific host services, for example, checking if MSSQL server status is active immediately after patching, rather than assuming OS startup indicates success. 2. Enforce automated pre-patch backups. Require the automation pipeline to initiate an instant, verified snapshot of the system state before executing any package modifications. 3. Establish scripted rollback playbooks. Embed automated rollbacks in the orchestration logic. If the post-patch service check fails 3 consecutive times, the script should automatically revert to the pre-patch snapshot. 4. Configure cluster-aware automation. Implement redundant node gates in the SOAR workflow, blocking patch runs on secondary nodes if the primary node has not successfully completed its upgrade and returned to the cluster. Pro tip: use API-based service status checks during the reboot phase. If the server takes more than 10 minutes to respond to a basic application layer health check, the script must flag the asset as failed and immediately lock it out from further automation runs.
Scenario 143. Your SOAR playbook automatically parses scanned data and generates hundreds of remediation tickets in Jira. However, the infrastructure teams are completely ignoring the automated queue, claiming the tickets lack context and represent administrative noise. How do you improve ticket adoption and restore collaboration?
Answer: I would transform our ticketing loop from bulk dumping to actionable enrichment. I would configure the SOAR playbook to group vulnerabilities by action rather than creating 1 ticket per CVE. For example, instead of sending 50 tickets for 50 different servers that need Microsoft KB updates, the system would generate a single remediation campaign ticket assigned to the Windows team. I would also ensure that every automated ticket is enriched with the exact patch download link, command line instructions, and a validated estimate of the reboot requirements. When you make the ticket easy to solve, adoption naturally improves. Pro tip: implement an automated deduplication and auto-close loop. If the IT team applies a patch, the SOAR workflow must detect the fix on the next scan and automatically move the Jira ticket to closed without requiring manual updates from the admin. This reduces their administrative overhead to zero.
Scenario 144. Your automated security scanners trigger an alert storm, generating hundreds of false positive critical vulnerability alerts in the SIEM and overloading the SOC. This has led the SOC manager to request the complete disablement of automated alerting. How do you tune the process to restore trust?
Answer: I would implement a multi-stage validation filter to suppress false positive noise before it reaches the alerting pipeline. 1. Enforce credential verification gates. Configure the scanner's API to discard any scan results where the authentication verification plugin reported a failure, preventing false version guessing alerts. 2. Deploy exploitability filters. Restrict automated SIEM alerting to only those CVEs that are flagged in the CISA KEV catalog or have an EPSS score exceeding 0.5, filtering out theoretical risks. 3. Align with asset context. Map vulnerabilities against our CMDB to verify that the flagged service is actually exposed. For example, suppress Apache alerts if the server is sitting behind an active, verified firewall blocking that port. 4. Establish a triage delay. Introduce a 24-hour cooling-off period in the SOAR playbook. This allows the scanner vendor to automatically deprecate or fix buggy signature plugins before they spawn alerts. Pro tip: build an FP exclusion database. When an analyst manually validates a false positive, save that specific hash plugin ID plus hostname in a central database. Have your SOAR playbook query this database to automatically strip matches from incoming scan reports.
Scenario 145. Senior leadership wants to implement a fully autonomous vulnerability prioritization engine powered by generative AI. They believe this will completely eliminate manual triage bottlenecks. What architectural and security concerns do you present, and how do you design guardrails?
Answer: my primary concern is the black box decision risk. Generative AI models are prone to hallucinations, potentially downgrading an actively exploited zero-day because of training data lag or misinterpreting internal asset context. Furthermore, feeding sensitive IP structures, CMDB asset logs, and vulnerability maps into a public LLM represents a massive data leakage risk. I would design a hybrid human guardrail. The AI engine can analyze the data and generate prioritization recommendations, but a senior VM analyst must provide the final digital signature to approve any change in remediation SLA or risk classification. Pro tip: if you must use AI, use a private local instance of the model hosted securely in your VPC. Ensure that the model is only used to classify well-documented technical data, and block it from making policy-level risk acceptance decisions, which must remain a human liability.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs. But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 146. Your automated patching playbook works perfectly on-premise for standard virtual machines, but it continuously fails or causes corruption when applied to dynamic cloud container workloads. Why does this automation gap exist, and how do you resolve it?
Answer: this gap exists because on-premise patching targets persistent infrastructure, while cloud containers require immutable lifecycle automation. I would resolve this using these architectural shifts. 1. Banish local agent patching. Stop attempting to run SSH patching scripts inside running container instances. This violates container immutability and causes configuration drift. 2. Pivoting to build phase automation. Reconfigure the SOAR playbook to trigger a Jenkins or GitHub Actions build run when a container vulnerability is found, patching the Docker file rather than the host. 3. Automate base image overrides. Update the CI and CD pipeline configuration to automatically swap outdated base image tags for the newly patched certified gold image digest hash. 4. Orchestrate rolling replacements. Use Kubernetes APIs to trigger a rolling update of the running pods, allowing the orchestration layer to securely replace vulnerable containers with zero downtime. Pro tip: if a cloud virtual machine is auto-scaling, ensure you patch the underlying AMI or template. If you patch only the running instances, the auto-scaling group will spin up new, unpatched instances the moment traffic spikes, creating a security gap.
Scenario 147. Your security orchestration playbooks are creating massive operational friction by spawning duplicate remediation tickets in Jira, ServiceNow, and local spreadsheets simultaneously, leading administrators to reject the workflow. How do you resolve this conflict?
Answer: this is a failure of orchestration state tracking. I would resolve this workflow duplication by implementing these data centralization steps. 1. Designate a single ticketing source of truth. Select one primary tracking tool, for example, Jira for active remediation tickets, and reconfigure other integrations to act as read-only mirrors. 2. Implement unique vulnerability instance IDs. Configure the SOAR playbook to generate a cryptographic hash combining the host UUID, plugin ID, and port. Use this hash as the unique key in Jira to prevent duplicates. 3. Deploy strict state queries. Require the playbook to perform an API search for the unique instance ID in Jira times before times creating a new ticket. If an open ticket exists, append the new scan data as a comment instead. 4. Automate bidirectional status syncing. Establish webhook integration so that closing a ticket in the IT service desk automatically closes the corresponding issue in both the SOAR and VM consoles. Pro tip: never use spreadsheets for active tracking. Spreadsheets are static and cannot maintain bidirectional synchronization with dynamic scanners, naturally leading to duplicate records and administrative chaos.
Scenario 148. Your automated closure workflow is marking remediation tickets as resolved in Jira the moment the IT team clicks Apply Patch, but subsequent scans prove the vulnerabilities are still present and exploitable. What validation controls do you put in place?
Answer: this is an attestation failure in the automation loop. I would enforce a strict scan to close verification workflow using these validation gates. 1. Disable manual ticket closures. Restrict permission settings in Jira so that security remediation tickets can only be moved to a closed state by the VM service account. 2. Enforce scan verification triggers. When an admin moves a ticket to pending verification, trigger an automated API call to the scanner to launch a targeted remediation scan on that host. 3. Query file-level attestations. Ensure the validation check parses the scanner's plugin payload to verify that the specific vulnerable DLL or binary was overwritten, rather than assuming a successful installer status. 4. Configure automated ticket reopening. If the verification scan still detects the vulnerability, automatically move the Jira ticket back to in progress and log the scanner's diagnostic output as a comment. Pro tip: beware of pending reboots. Many installers report patch complete but leave the old, vulnerable DLL running in system memory until the server is restarted. Your scanner must verify that the memory space is clean before closure.
Scenario 149. Your organization is merging security data from an infrastructure scanner, a container scanner, and an application SAST tool into a single dashboard. However, the tools use inconsistent naming conventions, different severity models, and conflicting asset identifiers, causing your automated playbooks to fail. How do you resolve this normalization challenge?
Answer: this is a classic data modeling problem. I would resolve this by implementing a centralized vulnerability data normalization layer using a common vulnerability schema. I would map all incoming tool payloads to the industry standard CVE or CWE identifier as the primary key, rather than relying on vendor-specific plugin names. I would also normalize all severity scores to the CVSS version 3 model, overriding arbitrary high or medium text labels. Finally, I would use an automated asset reconciliation engine to correlate IP addresses, host names, and cloud metadata tags into a single, unified asset record before running any automation playbooks. Pro tip: use open source standards like the OWASP Defect Dojo schema or the Cyclone DX SBOM model. These frameworks are pre-configured to ingest, normalize, and deduplicate vulnerability data from over 100 different commercial and open-source security tools.
Scenario 150. Your automated security pipeline is generating massive alert fatigue across the enterprise, sending daily Slack and email notifications to developers for standard OS patches. This has led the engineering team to mute all security communication channels, risking a missed zero-day warning. How do you optimize alert thresholds?
Answer: I would shift our alerting workflow from volume-based notification to risk-weighted escalation using these tuning steps. 1. Establish an alert severity floor. Disable real-time alerts for all low, medium, and non-exploitable high vulnerabilities, moving these to a quiet weekly summary report. 2. Enforce threat-driven routing. Configure real-time alerts to trigger only times when a vulnerability matches the CISA KEV catalog, or is associated with an active, trending ransomware campaign. 3. Introduce notification cooldowns. Implement a policy that groups multiple alerts for the same asset or application, stack into a single, consolidated daily notification, preventing Slack storms. 4. Prioritize the reachable perimeter. Limit instant push notifications to internet-facing production assets, while routing internal or development server alerts directly to the non-blocking Jira backlog. Pro tip: use chat ops integration with action buttons. Instead of sending a passive alert that says system is vulnerable, send a Slack block with approve patch and request exception buttons, allowing the user to act instantly without leaving their primary chat interface.
Category 15 Conclusion.
Automation and SOAR are the ultimate force multipliers for vulnerability management, but they must be governed with strict operational safety valves. By establishing rolling canaries, validating actual host-level binaries rather than trust reporting console states, and building closed-loop integrations that mandate scan verifications before ticket closure, you protect production environments from outages while scaling your risk response capability to match the speed of modern threats.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 15 to Category 16.
Orchestrating automated workflows inside a single network or cloud region is a straightforward engineering task. However, modern enterprises do not exist in single environments. They are complex webs of cloud, legacy data centers, recently acquired subsidiaries, and geographically dispersed business units. We are moving from workflow automation to macro enterprise architecture. Welcome to hybrid enterprise infrastructure. Let's explore Category 16.
Category 16. Hybrid enterprise infrastructure scenarios.
A modern security program must maintain structural cohesion across highly fragmented architectures. This category evaluates your ability to govern hybrid environments. You will learn how to normalize vulnerability scoring models between cloud and on-premise networks, unify reporting across subsidiaries using completely different scanning suites, manage conflicting regional regulatory timelines, and maintain continuous coverage when critical workloads migrate dynamically between cloud and bare metal environments.
Category 16 scenarios 151 to 160.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on managing security, drift, and coverage in hybrid infrastructures. Scenario 151. Standardizing prioritization when on-premise and cloud scoring models diverge. Scenario 152. Unifying risk reporting across subsidiaries running completely different VM platforms. Scenario 153. Enforcing governance across global business units with inconsistent patch cycles. Scenario 154. Analyzing operational challenges on assets lacking centralized ownership records. Scenario 155. Aligning processes when rapid cloud remediation outpaces slow on-premise patching. Scenario 156. Overcoming political resistance when integrating acquired subsidiaries into central VM. Scenario 157. Managing compliance across multiple regions with conflicting patching regulations. Scenario 158. Consolidating duplicate findings caused by overlapping scanning engines. Scenario 159. Adapting coverage as workloads migrate dynamically between cloud and data centers. Scenario 160. Identifying and remediating security blind spots in complex hybrid environments. Let's dive into Scenario 151.
Scenario 151. Your on-premise server team prioritizes patches using standard CVSS version 3 ratings, while the cloud security team uses dynamic, threat-weighted metrics. As a result, critical server patches are being delayed because teams are arguing over which risk metric is correct, triggering SLA disputes. How do you standardize the prioritization matrix?
Answer: I would implement a centralized risk-based vulnerability management (RBVM) overlay. I would explain to both teams that relying solely on on-premise CVSS or raw cloud scores creates a fragmented risk posture. I would establish a unified scoring system based on exploit probability and exposure. Regardless of the platform, any vulnerability with active exploit code CISA KEV or a high probability of attack EPSS gets promoted to immediate priority, while non-exploitable findings are given standard SLAs. This normalizes prioritization and aligns both teams under a single, unified enterprise risk model. Pro tip: standardize on the Stakeholder-Specific Vulnerability Categorization (SSVC) framework. SSVC moves teams away from numerical score arguments and focuses on binary questions. Is there an active exploit? What is the asset utility? What is the impact? This makes remediation decisions objective, repeatable, and cross-platform.
Scenario 152. Your enterprise has recently acquired 3 subsidiaries, each running completely different VM platforms, Qualys, Tenable, and Prisma Cloud. Executives are demanding a single, unified security dashboard, but the teams are resisting replacing their existing tools. How do you unify the reporting without a costly tools migration?
Answer: I would construct a centralized data aggregation layer to unify the reporting while maintaining tool autonomy. I would execute this through the following steps. 1. Deploy an API aggregation layer. Use a security orchestration or unified VM tool, for example, Kenna or Brinka, to pull raw scan data from all 3 platforms via APIs. 2. Map assets to a unified schema. Normalize the different asset identifiers IPs, host names, and cloud IDs into a single, unified asset catalog, merging duplicates dynamically. 3. Normalize severity scores. Remap all incoming vulnerability metrics to the standard CVSS version 3 scoring model, stripping away vendor-specific scoring labels. 4. Deliver persona-based dashboards. Create high-level business intelligence reports for executives that show aggregate risk trends, while leaving the deep, native consoles intact for the local technical teams. Pro tip: do not attempt to force a tool's migration in the first 90 days of an acquisition. Standardizing reporting via APIs is 10 times faster, maintains subsidiary morale, and gives you immediate visibility while you plan the long-term integration strategy.
Scenario 153. Your financial enterprise operates global business units with highly inconsistent patch timelines. The European unit is highly compliant with SLAs, while the APAC unit is chronically 60 days behind, exposing the entire network to lateral attacks. How do you enforce standardized patching governance without causing local business disruption?
Answer: I would establish a federated governance model backed by peer scorecards. First, I would align with global leadership to implement a centralized vulnerability management policy that sets hard, non-negotiable SLAs based on threat exposure rather than geography. To drive compliance without local pushback, I would publish a monthly CISO risk scorecard sent to the executive committee, comparing the remediation performance and average SLA age of each global business unit. The resulting peer pressure and visibility at the board level almost always motivate regional directors to align their patching windows with corporate standards. Pro tip: appoint local vulnerability champions in each lagging region. Provide them with direct access to your VM tool's API and support them with automated ticketing integrations. When the regional operations teams have local support and tailored tools, the remediation logjam often clears without a political battle.
Scenario 154. A rapid, uncoordinated cloud migration over 5 years has left your hybrid environment with absolutely zero centralized asset ownership records. Dozens of critical databases sit in unmapped VLANs with blank ownership tags, rendering remediation alerts useless. What operational problems result, and how do you resolve this?
Answer: the primary operational problem is remediation paralysis. When a critical vulnerability is found, the security team spends weeks playing detective to find who is responsible, while the unpatched server sits exposed to exploit kits. I would resolve this by implementing an automated attribution workflow. I would write a SOAR playbook that queries active host logs, for example, event ID 4624 to identify the last logged on administrator, and analyzes active DNS traffic to see which service accounts are communicating with the server. I would automatically assign temporary ownership to that discovered team in our CMDB, requiring them to either accept responsibility or officially route the asset to the correct group. Pro tip: implement a no-tag, no-traffic network policy. Work with the cloud and network teams to set a rule where any newly discovered host or cloud instance without a valid owner or cost center tag is automatically quarantined into a restricted VLAN with limited network access.
Scenario 155. Your cloud DevOps team deploys and remediates microservices in minutes using automated pipelines, while the legacy on-premise Unix team operates on a rigid 45-day manual change control cycle. The resulting dashboard reporting is heavily skewed, leading to audit alerts for on-premise systems. How do you align these wildly different operational cycles?
Answer: I would implement persona-based remediation tracks that decouple agile cloud infrastructure from legacy change control, aligning them through these steps. 1. Establish tier-based SLAs. Define separate SLAs for cloud ephemeral, for example, 7 days, and on-premise persistent, for example, 30 days, to reflect their unique operational speeds. 2. Automate change ticket generation. Use a SOAR playbook to automatically generate pre-filled service. Now change tickets for the Unix team the moment a critical vulnerability is validated, cutting their administrative latency by 80%. 3. Deploy virtual patching shields. For on-premise systems that cannot meet high-speed SLAs, implement virtual patching at the network layer to shield the server while the manual 45-day patching window is scheduled. 4. Track risk burn down, not bug counts. Align both teams on a unified risk score reduction metric, showing that the Unix team can reduce risk by patching 5 high-value servers, even if their raw ticket count is resolved slower than the cloud. Pro tip: do not compare cloud and on-premise metrics directly on the same executive slide. This always creates operational resentment. Always present them as separate, distinct lines in your monthly risk reports to provide fair operational context.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 156. A recently acquired, highly profitable subsidiary refuses to deploy your corporate VM scanner on their network, arguing that the tool is unauthenticated, intrusive, and will impact their customer SLAs. What steps do you take to resolve this political standoff and enforce security policies?
Answer: I would resolve this political standoff through empathy-first negotiation and technical compromise. I would meet with their technical leads and explain that, while we must maintain visibility over the acquisition's risk, we respect their operational stability. I would suggest deploying a lightweight, non-intrusive cloud agent on their servers instead of running network-based vulnerability scans. The agent performs local checks with zero network overhead, eliminating their fear of performance drops or SLA impact, while still feeding critical vulnerability telemetry back to our central corporate console. Pro tip: if they still resist, leverage the parent company's cyber insurance policy. Explain to their directors that under the acquisition agreement, their business unit will not be covered under the central corporate cyber policy unless they can prove basic vulnerability coverage, immediately shifting the decision from a technical argument to a financial risk.
Scenario 157. Your financial enterprise operates across multiple jurisdictions with conflicting patching mandates. GDPR in Europe requires 14-day patching for criticals. HIPAA in the US enforces strict patient data isolation timelines, while APAC regulations allow 30 days. How do you design a unified compliance management strategy?
Answer: I would construct a regionalized tagging and dynamic SLA mapping framework inside the central VM platform. 1. Tag assets by regulatory scope. Automatically apply geographic and regulatory metadata tags, for example, reg:/GDPR, reg:/HIPAA to all assets based on their subnet or cloud metadata. 2. Configure dynamic SLA engines. Set up separate SLA policies in the VM tool for each regulatory tag, ensuring that an asset in Germany is automatically assigned a 14-day remediation target, while an asset in Singapore gets 30 days. 3. Consolidate to localized Jira queues. Route the automated ticketing tickets to regional Jira instances with the local regulatory deadline pre-populated in the due date field. 4. Deliver regional audit reports. Build separate dashboard tabs dedicated to each regional framework, allowing the compliance team to export clean regulator-ready reports for each local auditor on demand. Pro tip: standardize on the strict common denominator rule where systems overlap. If a database contains both European customer data GDPR and U.S. patient data HIPAA, the system must inherit the stricter 14-day European patching timeline to ensure global compliance.
Scenario 158. In your hybrid environment, both an infrastructure network scanner and an endpoint detection and response EDR agent are scanning the same hosts. They are generating duplicate findings, inflating your vulnerability counts by 100%, and confusing remediation teams. How do you consolidate this data?
Answer: I would resolve this by implementing a dynamic data deduplication and correlation playbook within the central VM engine. 1. Unify on host UUIDs. Configure both scanners to ingest the unique OS hardware identifier such as the BIOS UUID or MAC address as the primary asset key, rather than relying on dynamic IP addresses. 2. Establish source of truth priorities. Define which tool is the authoritative source for each type of scan. For example, prioritize the EDR agent for local registries and local applications, while trusting the network scanner for open ports and network-facing services. 3. Merge CVE payloads dynamically. Use a script to combine findings. If both scanners detect CVE 2021-44228 on host A, merge them into a single finding in the dashboard with an annotation, detected by network and agent. 4. Consolidate ticketing. Ensure the ticketing automation playbook queries this merged asset record, generating exactly one JIRA ticket for the host rather than two separate alerts. Pro tip: use unified scan windows. Schedule your network scans to run immediately after the EDR agent updates its telemetry. This ensures both tools are reporting on the same asset state, making data correlation and deduplication highly accurate.
Scenario 159. Your high-availability web applications migrate dynamically between on-premise VMware hypervisors and AWS cloud instances based on traffic surges. Static network scans are missing these migrating workloads and generating empty ghost host records. How do you adapt your VM strategy?
Answer: I would transition the VM architecture from static IP scanning to dynamic, metadata-driven discovery using these steps. 1. Deploy lightweight scanning agents. Install a unified vulnerability agent on the base gold image used for both VM templates and AWS AMIs, allowing the host to report its vulnerability state regardless of its physical environment. 2. Implement event-driven connector syncing. Configure cloud and virtualization connectors in your VM tool to continuously sync asset metadata from both vCenter and AWS in real time. 3. Deduplicate via host UUIDs. Ensure the VM platform uses the immutable VM UUID to automatically merge the on-premise and cloud records of the same migrating workload into a single continuous history. 4. Use dynamic tag-based targets. Stop scanning static IP ranges. Configure scan jobs to target dynamic asset tags, for example, app:"payment gateway, allowing the scanner to resolve the current IP of the workload in real time. Pro tip: if you must run network scans on migrating workloads, use API-driven pre-scan queries. Have the scanner call the AWS and vCenter APIs immediately before launching the scan job to retrieve the current active IP address of the target, eliminating ghost scan attempts.
Scenario 160. Your hybrid infrastructure contains complex networks of highly segmented on-premise VLANs, legacy data centers, and multi-tenant public cloud accounts. You suspect your scanning coverage is incomplete. How do you systematically identify and remediate these coverage blind spots?
Answer: I would construct an automated coverage reconcilement pipeline that compares what we scan against what actually exists in the environment. 1. Perform an inside-out reconcilement. Build a script that regularly exports the active IP lease tables from DHCP or Active Directory domain controllers and compares them against your scanned assets list. 2. Query cloud ingress logs. Compare the active instances reported in AWS, Azure, and GCP APIs against your VM Cloud Agent registration logs to identify unmanaged or shadow cloud assets. 3. Analyze network traffic net flow. Monitor core switch traffic to identify any active IP addresses that are communicating on the network but have never been target of a vulnerability scan. 4. Configure automated discovery alerts. Set up the VM tool to automatically trigger an email or JIRA ticket the moment a new, unmanaged IP address is detected in the DHCP logs, prompting an immediate discovery scan. Pro tip: use passive network monitoring. By placing passive network sensors on core switch span ports, you can continuously analyze packet headers to discover unmanaged assets, IoT devices, and rogue VMs that are configured to reject active ping-based discovery scans.
Category 16 Conclusion.
Governing hybrid infrastructure requires moving away from static, single-dimension reporting. By integrating multi-vendor scanning data through centralized APIs, establishing regional tag structures with dynamic SLAs, and implementing automated continuous asset discovery, you construct a resilient defensive perimeter. Success in a hybrid model means you can map, prioritize, and track risk seamlessly, regardless of whether the workload is a legacy on-premise mainframe or a rapidly scaling cloud container.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 16 to Category 17.
While resolving the technical complexities of hybrid environments is incredibly demanding, the hardest part of a vulnerability management analyst's job is not the network. It is the political arena. Behind every critical server and budget is a human stakeholder with personal targets, metrics, and political leverage. We are moving from infrastructure governance to corporate and boardroom politics. Welcome to executive and political pressure. Let's explore Category 17.
Category 17. Executive and political pressure scenarios.
The ultimate test of a senior security analyst is their ethical and strategic resilience in the face of executive pressure. This category evaluates your ability to handle political standoffs. You will learn how to defend your metrics against boardroom manipulations, respond professionally when leadership requests suppression of critical findings, explain the real-world operational realities of patching, and communicate true risk to the board of directors without creating a false sense of security.
Category 17, Scenarios 161 to 170.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on boardroom politics, metric manipulation, and risk communication under pressure. Scenario 161. Standardizing prioritization when on-premise and cloud scoring models diverge. Scenario 152. Unifying risk reporting across subsidiaries running completely different VM platforms. Scenario 153. Enforcing governance across global business units with inconsistent patch cycles. Scenario 154. Analyzing operational challenges on assets lacking centralized ownership records. Scenario 155. Aligning processes when rapid cloud remediation outpaces slow on-premise patching. Scenario 156. Overcoming political resistance when integrating acquired subsidiaries into central VM. Scenario 157. Managing compliance across multiple regions with conflicting patching regulations. Scenario 158. Consolidating duplicate findings caused by overlapping scanning engines. Scenario 159. Adapting coverage as workloads migrate dynamically between cloud and data centers. Scenario 160. Identifying and remediating security blind spots in complex hybrid environments. Let's dive into Scenario 161.
Scenario 161. A week before a high-stakes board meeting, the CISO demands a 50% drop in open critical vulnerability counts on paper to show progress. They pressure you to exclude unmanaged assets or retired systems to artificially lower the counts. How do you navigate this request without compromising data integrity?
Answer: I would resolve this by offering a contextualized metrics view rather than altering raw counts. I would explain to the CISO that flatly deleting or hiding assets is a breach of security integrity that will expose us during an audit or incident. Instead, I would restructure the presentation to show a remediation burndown of managed assets as our primary metric, while presenting a separate, transparent section titled Unmanaged and Orphaned Assets under Validation. This showcases our active patching progress while highlighting the need for discovery resources, maintaining data honesty without embarrassing leadership. Pro tip: never delete scan records. Instead, use approved exclusion rules backed by a written, signed policy from the CISO. If an asset is excluded, it must be logged with a clear justification, for example, awaiting decommissioning, isolated on VLAN 10, creating a transparent audit trail.
Scenario 162. The CTO wants to mass approve accepted risk exceptions for 200 critical vulnerabilities on a legacy platform to clean up the audit dashboard before an external review. They claim the platform is semi-isolated. How do you handle this high-level pushback?
Answer: I would reject a blanket mass approval and demand a tiered risk sign-off. I would explain to the CTO that bulk exceptions without verification create unmonitored backdoors that will trigger regulatory non-compliance. I would offer to run a high-speed assessment of the 200 findings. Any vulnerability that is truly isolated or has an active compensating control can be granted a temporary 30-day exception. For the remaining high-risk assets, I would require the CTO to sign an explicit individual liability waiver. This ensures that exception approvals remain a conscious business risk decision, not a dashboard cleaning exercise. Pro tip: implement a risk limit threshold. Your VM policy should state that a single business unit cannot exceed a set number of active exceptions, for example, 20. If they exceed the limit, the platform automatically blocks new exception requests until the existing backlog is remediated.
Scenario 163. A high-revenue-generating business unit head pressures you to suppress a critical remote code execution vulnerability from the weekly executive report, claiming the data will unnecessarily alarm customers and threaten a major sales contract renewal. How do you respond?
Answer: I would refuse to suppress the finding, but would work with the business unit to include the remediation action plan in the exact same report. I would explain to the director that suppressing a critical vulnerability from an executive report violates my professional ethics and places the entire organization at risk. However, I would offer to co-author the report line, presenting the vulnerability alongside a confirmed, pre-scheduled patch maintenance window or a verified active firewall block. This demonstrates to customers and executives that while the risk was discovered, it is already under active management. Pro tip: set up automated, role-based access to reports. Once a report is generated, the VM platform should automatically publish it to a secure, read-only directory accessible by the CISO and Risk Committee. This eliminates any opportunity for manual editing or political suppression of scanned data.
Scenario 164. Senior leadership disputes the critical rating of a SQL Server vulnerability, demanding it be downgraded to medium because the hardware remediation costs are too high. They argue that because it sits behind an internal firewall, the real-world risk is low. How do you defend your prioritization?
Answer: I would defend the prioritization by demonstrating vulnerability chaining. I would show that while the SQL server is indeed behind an internal firewall, attackers routinely compromise low-value edge workstations first, and then use those compromised systems as a pivot point. If an attacker gains internal network access, an unpatched SQL vulnerability allows them to compromise the entire database in minutes. I would explain that downgrading the rating to fit budget constraints does not change the objective threat landscape, and that the server remains a high-value target for ransomware groups. Pro tip: leverage the EPSS exploit prediction scoring system data. If the disputed CVE has a high EPSS score, present it to leadership as a statistical probability. This vulnerability has an 80% chance of being active in the wild in the next 30 days. This shifts the discussion from subjective opinion to mathematical risk.
Scenario 165. A regulatory audit uncovers several long-standing unpatched systems, and leadership attempts to blame the security team for a lack of communication. Your records prove you recommended patching multiple times, but leadership consistently chose to ignore them. How do you document and present this escalation history?
Answer: I would present a forensic escalation audit trail to the auditors and executive committee executing these steps. 1. Extract historical ticket logs. Pull all JIRA or ServiceNow tickets created for those specific systems, showcasing the exact timestamp of discovery and assignment. 2. Compile communication artifacts. Gather PDF or system logged receipts of the weekly risk scorecards and automated email alerts sent to the asset owners and regional managers. 3. Retrieve exception sign-offs. Extract any expired risk acceptance requests or formal deferred status decision signed by the business unit directors. 4. Deliver a unified timeline report. Present a simple, objective chronological timeline showing exactly when security flagged the risk, when the SLA breached, and who formally accepted or ignored the escalation. Pro tip: always use self-documenting VM systems. Ensure your vulnerability platform automatically logs all ticket reassignments, exception requests, and status changes with immutable system timestamps. This prevents manual metadata alterations and protects team integrity.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 166. The CIO demands that you reduce the scanner's policy sensitivity, for example, turning off potential vulnerabilities or incomplete patches plugins to instantly make the compliance metrics look green on paper before an upcoming board meeting. What risks does this create, and how do you handle this?
Answer: reducing scanner sensitivity creates a silent risk void. I would explain to the CIO that disabling these signatures does not remove the vulnerabilities. It simply blinds us to their existence. Attackers will still detect and exploit these unpatched flaws, leading to a potential compromise where we have zero logging or early warning capability. I would refuse to disable the plugins, but I would offer to create a risk-verified dashboard view. This view separates verified, exploitable criticals from potential findings, allowing the CIO to showcase our progress on proven risks while preserving our internal visibility for security hunting. Pro tip: explain the compliance liability risk. If an external auditor discovers that the security team intentionally modified scan policies to hide vulnerabilities, the organization can face immediate audit failure, loss of certification, and personal liability for the executives.
Scenario 167. Executives demand a single-page dashboard with simple green, yellow, red status lights, completely stripping away all technical complexity. However, you are concerned that this oversimplification will hide critical operational challenges and risk density. How do you design this dashboard responsibly?
Answer: I would construct a tiered depth dashboard that balances high-level clarity with technical integrity through these design steps. 1. Use risk score status lights. Define the status lights red or green based on our weighted enterprise risk index rather than raw vulnerability counts, ensuring the colors reflect real threat density. 2. Embed one-click drill downs. Ensure that clicking any status light instantly expands the view to show the top 3 risk drivers, for example, specific business units or systems causing the red status. 3. Include an asset coverage meter. Present a percentage bar showing how much of the enterprise is actually scanned, preventing a green status from masking an incomplete inventory. 4. Display overdue SLA trends. Show a simple sparkline chart of our SLA compliance over time, visually demonstrating if the operational backlog is improving or worsening. Pro tip: always place a data confidence score on executive dashboards. If your asset CMDB is only 80% accurate, display a confidence level, 80% next to the status lights. This alerts executives that the data represents an estimate, not absolute perfection.
Scenario 168. A non-technical CEO asks, "We spent $5 million on scanning and patching tools. Why cannot the security team just patch everything immediately?" How do you explain the real-world operational complexities of patching in a business-friendly manner?
Answer: I would use the factory assembly line analogy. I would explain that a modern enterprise network is like a highly complex, moving assembly line. Applying a patch is not as simple as installing a program. It is like swapping a gear while the assembly line is running. Some patches require shutting down parts of the line production downtime, while others might cause adjacent machines to stop working application compatibility breakage. I would explain that our job is to run quality checks and schedule these upgrades during quiet hours to ensure we secure the factory without stopping production. Pro tip: present a dependency testing framework. Explain that for critical business applications, standard process requires testing the patch in a sandbox environment for 7 days before touching production. This turns the delay from a security failure into a quality assurance best practice.
Scenario 169. A core customer-facing web portal has an actively exploited vulnerability, but the operations manager refuses to allow an emergency patch, citing strict customer SLAs and a refusal to risk any downtime. How do you resolve this uptime versus security conflict?
Answer: I would execute a progressive escalation and risk shielding protocol to resolve the impasse. 1. Deploy immediate WAF blocks. Request the Edge security team to apply a temporary, high-confidence virtual patch on the web application firewall to block the exploit traffic, buy time for the patch. 2. Calculate the cost of compromise. Present the manager with the business calculation. A 10-minute scheduled reboot outage versus a 5-day unscheduled ransomware recovery outage. 3. Trigger the SLA threat escalation. If they still refuse, escalate the conflict to the CISO and General Counsel, highlighting that an active exploit on a customer portal violates our data privacy compliance mandates. 4. Force a formal risk sign-off. Require the operations director to officially sign an emergency high-risk waiver that transfers the financial and legal liability of a potential breach directly to their department. Pro tip: never let the conversation stall. If the operations manager refuses both the patch and the risk sign-off, your policy must permit the VM team to automatically escalate the ticket to the Chief Operating Officer for a final business decision.
Scenario 170. After your team successfully reduces the critical vulnerability count by 90%, a board member asks, "Does this mean we are now 100% secure from cyber attacks?" How do you answer this question strategically and responsibly?
Answer: I would respond with a threat dynamics reality check. I would state, we are significantly more resilient today, but security is a dynamic journey, not a static destination. I would explain that while we closed 90% of our known vulnerabilities, attackers are constantly discovering new zero days and shifting their tactics to target human users through social engineering. I would explain that our 90% reduction means we have successfully closed the easiest and most common doors, allowing our defense teams to focus their energy on detecting and stopping the most sophisticated targeted attacks. Pro tip: transition the board's focus from prevention to resilience. Present a secondary metric, our mean time to detect and respond MTTD or MTTR. Show them that if an attacker does find a new, unknown door, our monitoring tools will catch and contain them in minutes, proving that we are secure because we are resilient.
Category 17 Conclusion.
Boardroom politics and executive pressure are the ultimate tests of an analyst's professional resilience. By reframing vulnerability data as a dynamic risk ledger, tying security status lights to business impact metrics, and enforcing formal accountability through signed liability waivers, you shift the security conversation from compliance finger-pointing to informed risk management. In the executive suite, transparency and data integrity are your strongest shields.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 17 to Category 18.
Navigating corporate politics establishes your standing in the organization, but your ultimate value is determined by your technical and analytical judgment. Scanners provide raw data, but only a human analyst can apply context to determine true threat severity. We are moving from executive diplomacy to the art of decision-making. Welcome to Advanced Analyst Judgment. Let's explore Category 18.
Category 18. Advanced Analyst Judgment Scenarios.
This category is where the junior scanner operator is distinguished from the senior security architect. You will be evaluated on your ability to make high-stakes trade-off decisions under uncertainty. You will learn how to weigh CVSS ratings against real-world exposure, assess the risk of chained medium-severity flaws, reconcile conflicts between scanner databases and EDR logs, and determine when stability-sensitive operations must be prioritized over immediate exposure mitigation.
Category 18 Scenarios 171 to 180.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on advanced threat appraisal and risk logic. Scenario 171. Prioritizing a critical isolated vulnerability versus an internet-facing medium flaw. Scenario 172. Evaluating real-world risk for vulnerabilities requiring unrealistic exploit conditions. Scenario 173. Deciding whether to prioritize a low-severity finding present across all workstations. Scenario 174. Validating findings when operational context contradicts scanner remediation advice. Scenario 175. Appraising vulnerabilities on unsupported software running a single critical process. Scenario 176. Assessing exploit urgency when public code exists but assets are highly segmented. Scenario 177. Defining criteria to validate an asset owner's claim of acceptable business risk. Scenario 178. Identifying and mapping chained risk across multiple medium-severity findings. Scenario 179. Reconciling data conflicts between vulnerability scanners and EDR telemetry. Scenario 180. Choosing between patching stability-sensitive systems and maintaining temporary exposure. Let's dive into Scenario 171.
Scenario 171. Your vulnerability dashboard highlights an unpatched critical remote code execution vulnerability, CVSS 9.8, on an isolated firewalled staging server, while an internet-facing payment gateway exposes a medium-severity directory traversal flaw, CVSS 5.3. Your resources are limited. Which of these receives priority, and how do you justify the decision?
Answer: the internet-facing medium vulnerability receives immediate priority over the isolated critical. I would explain to leadership that real-world exposure is a far greater indicator of immediate risk than the raw CVSS score. While the staging vulnerability is theoretically severe, its isolated environment means an attacker cannot reach it without already compromising the internal network. Conversely, the gateway vulnerability is directly reachable by any attacker on the public internet, making it a highly probable entry point. By patching the exposed medium first, we directly reduce our external attack surface. Pro tip: Use the outside and prioritization model. Always assume that any asset directly reachable from the public internet with a functional exploit in the wild poses a higher immediate threat to corporate security than an unexposed Tier 0 asset, regardless of the relative difference in their base CVSS scores.
Scenario 172. A vulnerability scanner flags a critical remote code execution vulnerability on an internal mainframe. Upon investigation, you discover that executing the exploit requires local physical access to the console and active administrator interaction during a specific kernel compilation window. How do you evaluate the real-world risk?
Answer: I would categorize this as a negligible operational risk and downgrade its remediation priority. I would explain to the auditors that while the vulnerability technically exists, the exploit complexity and required conditions are so unrealistic that they are highly unlikely to be met during a standard attack. I would document these environmental constraints in our risk register, establish a temporary exception, and direct our remediation resources toward more reachable and automated threat vectors. Pro tip: leverage the CVSS attack vector AV metric. If a vulnerability vector requires physical AV:"P or local AV:"L access, and your network lacks malicious physical inside threats, you should prioritize it in favor of network AV:"N exposed assets.
Scenario 173. A low-severity configuration flaw, such as an outdated TLS cipher, is detected across all 15,000 corporate laptops, heavily inflating your total vulnerability count. Patching it requires a registry modification that may temporarily disrupt Wi-Fi connectivity for remote users. How do you decide whether to prioritize this fix?
Answer: I would evaluate this by weighing the total risk reduction against the potential business friction. My decision process would follow these steps. 1. Analyze the exploit vector. Check if the outdated cipher can be exploited remotely over the internet, or if it requires a high-complexity man in the middle position on the same local network. 2. Assess the blast radius. Determine if compromising a single laptop using this cipher allows an attacker to steal active domain credentials or pivot deeper into the corporate network. 3. Measure helpdesk impact. Calculate the estimated support ticket volume if 5% of remote workers experience Wi-Fi drops, comparing the cost of downtime against the probability of exploit. 4. Implement a quiet phased rollout. If we proceed, schedule the registry change via GPO to deploy in small, regional pilot rings of 100 users, allowing the support team to manage any connectivity issues before mass deployment. Pro tip: do not let metric inflation drive remediation decisions. If a low-risk vulnerability has high remediation friction, it is better to accept the risk or defer the patch to the next major OS upgrade cycle, keeping the desk focused on critical risks.
Scenario 174. A scanner recommends upgrading a middleware package to patch a critical remote code execution vulnerability on an internal server. However, the application owner proves that the specific vulnerable module was completely stripped from the production build during deployment, making the scanner's version-based trigger inaccurate. How do you validate and handle this?
Answer: I would validate this by performing an in-memory and file integrity verification. I would work with the application team to query the running process memory on the server to verify that the vulnerable class or library is indeed not loaded. Once mathematically verified, I would mark the finding as a mitigated risk rather than a flat false positive. I would document the specific build configuration in the VM platform and apply a temporary exclusion rule, ensuring that we do not generate duplicate tickets on the next scan cycle. Pro tip: version-based network scanners are blind to custom code packaging. Always require development teams to provide a software bill of materials SBOM or compiler log as proof of exclusion. This creates a defensible audit trail that satisfies regulatory compliance reviewers.
Scenario 175. A legacy wire transfer server runs on an obsolete, unsupported operating system because the vendor went out of business years ago. A public exploit for a critical remote code execution flaw in the OS has just been released. Replacing the system will take 12 months. What matters most, and how do you secure it?
Answer: in this scenario, immediate isolation and blast radius minimization matter most. Since we cannot patch the OS, we must assume it is permanently vulnerable. I would recommend placing the legacy server in an isolated walled garden VLAN with zero outbound internet access. I would configure strict access control lists on our internal firewalls, permitting incoming connections only times from the specific, verified terminal IPs used by the finance operators. This keeps the critical process running while completely shielding the vulnerable host from general network lateral movement. Pro tip: implement file integrity monitoring (FIM) and strict behavioral rules on the host. Since the OS is static and no longer changes, any new file creation, registry modification, or unauthorized shell launch should trigger an automatic, immediate network lockout of the server.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip: whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 176. A functional exploit is publicly released for a critical vulnerability affecting your core database engines, but these systems sit in a zero-trust network zone with zero external access. Patching requires a 4-hour database freeze, disrupting active transactions. How do you evaluate the urgency of this remediation?
Answer: I would evaluate the urgency by calculating our internal exposure and pivot probability through these steps. 1. Audit the internal attack surface. Check if any compromised workstation or local service account has a legitimate network path to communicate with the database segment. 2. Evaluate the exploit payload. Check if the public exploit allows an attacker to execute OS commands on the database server or if it is limited to data read actions. 3. Assess credential integrity. Verify that no database administrators use the same credentials for both standard Active Directory workstations and the isolated database accounts. 4. Schedule a controlled maintenance window. If internal exposure is low, defer the 4-hour freeze to the standard weekend maintenance window rather than triggering an emergency business halt. Pro tip: use in-memory host monitoring as a temporary shield. If you cannot afford the database downtime, instruct the security team to configure the host EDR to monitor for any spawning of unexpected subprocesses like cmd.exe or bash originating from the database engine process.
Scenario 177. An application manager refuses to patch a SQL injection vulnerability on an internal inventory database, claiming it is an acceptable business risk because the system contains no PII or financial records. What specific criteria do you use to determine the legitimacy of this claim?
Answer: I would evaluate the acceptable risk claim against an objective blast radius and compliance matrix using these checks. 1. Verify the pivot potential. Does the database server share active network paths with other segmented high-value subnets? If an attacker compromises this host, can they easily reach production? 2. Audit cached credentials. Search the database server's active memory for cached credentials belonging to high-privileged service accounts or domain administrators. 3. Validate regulatory scoping. Confirm if the server is in scope for PCI-DSS, HIPAA, or SOC 2 audits. A SQL injection on times in scope asset will result in an immediate compliance audit failure. 4. Quantify availability impact. If a SQL injection exploit deletes or encrypts the inventory data, what is the cost of downtime for the dependent warehousing operations? Pro tip: there is no such thing as an isolated internal SQL injection risk. An SQL injection allows an attacker to read local system configuration files and potentially execute operating system commands, making it a critical threat to any network.
Scenario 178. An attacker uses 3 distinct medium-severity vulnerabilities, a server-side request forgery, an unauthenticated local directory read, and a local privilege escalation, to bypass modern endpoint protections. Your standard list-based VM systems fail to flag this. How do you identify and map this chained risk?
Answer: I would transition our risk analysis from a list-based model to a graph-based threat path model. 1. Construct an asset connectivity graph. Map how different systems are connected across network zones, identifying bridges that cross from the DMZ to the secure core. 2. Overlay vulnerability intersections. Combine the vulnerabilities of connected hosts. For example, check if host A has an exploit that allows directory reading, while adjacent host B permits command execution. 3. Evaluate privilege transition paths. Analyze if the credentials retrieved in one medium vulnerability can be used to authenticate to the next vulnerable service in the chain. 4. Prioritize the first link remediation. Focus patching efforts on the very first vulnerability in the chain, for example, the external request forgery, which breaks the entire attack path at the entrance. Pro tip: use attack path simulation tools like XM Cyber or SafeBreach. These platforms automatically calculate and visualize how multiple low-risk configuration flaws and vulnerabilities can be chained together to achieve domain admin access.
Scenario 179. Your network scanner flags a critical, unpatched library vulnerability on a Linux host, while the active EDR sensor reports no vulnerabilities detected and shows the system memory space is secure. The patch team is confused by the conflicting dashboards. Which source do you trust first, and how do you investigate?
Answer: I would trust the EDR telemetry for active runtime risk, but trust the network scanner for potential surface area. I would explain to the patch team that the network scanner is checking the static file system on disk, finding a vulnerable library file that exists in an inactive folder. The EDR, however, is monitoring active system memory and verified that the library is currently never loaded or executed by the operating system. I would prioritize the patch to clean up the technical debt on disk, but I would downgrade its urgency from emergency to standard because the runtime exposure is actively controlled by the EDR. Pro tip: always verify the scan method. Network scanners often guess versions based on banners, while EDR agents analyze local package databases. If the network scanner's plugin output shows it guessed the version based on an old HTTP header, trust the EDR's local package inventory over the scanner's guess.
Scenario 180. A critical vulnerability exists on an active medical monitoring system, but applying the vendor-provided patch has a 10% probability of causing a system lockup, endangering live patients. Leaving it unpatched exposes the hospital network to ransomware. How do you make the decision, and what is your immediate recommendation?
Answer: in this scenario, life safety uptime takes absolute precedence over patch compliance. A 10% risk of system failure on a live medical monitor is an immediate, unacceptable threat to human life. I would officially recommend against applying the physical patch in production. Instead, I would recommend dynamic isolation as our immediate compensating control, placing the system on an isolated VLAN, restricting network access to only authenticated terminals, and deploying an inline security bridge to filter exploit packets at the network layer while we work with the vendor to release a stable, verified update. Pro tip: document this decision in a formal life safety security exception. Ensure that the Chief Medical Officer and CISO both sign off on the exception, confirming that the operational risk of the patch outweighs the security risk of the vulnerability, establishing a defensible clinical technical consensus.
Category 18 Conclusion.
Advanced analyst judgment is the ultimate discriminator of senior-level engineering. By recognizing that real-world exposure trumps CVSS scores, treating chain vulnerabilities as single-threat paths, and prioritizing life safety uptime over rigid patch timelines, you protect the enterprise from both operational downtime and systemic compromise. A master analyst uses security data to guide business risk, rather than blindly chasing numerical compliance.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mark scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 18 to Category 19.
While analyst judgment relies on technical context and risk modeling, regulatory frameworks operate in a much more rigid space of legal mandates, strict audits, and mandatory timelines. You must know how to maintain your strategic flexibility while ensuring the organization meets strict regulatory compliance. We are moving from technical judgment to regulatory governance. Welcome to compliance and regulatory scenarios. Let's explore Category 19.
Category 19. Compliance and regulatory scenarios.
Compliance is the legal floor of enterprise security. This category evaluates your ability to navigate strict regulatory audits under pressure. You will learn how to defend your program's MTTR to critical auditors, manage vulnerabilities on out-of-scope PII environments, resolve conflicts between PCI-DSS change windows and security patches, defend the validity of compensating controls, and align vulnerability remediation metrics directly to frameworks like NIST, CIS, and ISO 27001.
Category 19. Scenarios 181 to 190.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on audit preparation, compliance gating, and regulatory alignment. Scenario 181. Defending audit readiness when an auditor demands 30-day proof, but average MTTR is 45 days. Scenario 182. Managing critical vulnerabilities on PCI-DSS assets during unapproved change windows. Scenario 183. Bridging the operational gap between FedRAMP or HIPAA timelines and business constraints. Scenario 184. Remediating vulnerabilities discovered on PII storing systems outside the official compliance scope. Scenario 185. Choosing between a critical security patch and maintaining a compliance-mandated logging agent. Scenario 186. Defending the technical validity of a compensating control questioned by an auditor. Scenario 187. Satisfying audit requirements when scanner credential access is blocked on regulated systems. Scenario 188. Mapping standard vulnerability metrics to cybersecurity frameworks like NIST, CIS, and ISO. Scenario 189. Allocating responsibility when a compliance audit fails due to an accepted risk system. Scenario 190. Designing a roadmap to separate compliance-driven remediation from risk-driven processes. Let's dive into Scenario 181.
Scenario 181. An auditor demands documentation proving that 100% of critical vulnerabilities were patched within a strict 30-day window, but your program's average MTTR is 45 days. Presenting raw averages will trigger an immediate compliance failure. How do you explain the data and manage the auditor's expectations?
Answer: I would present a percentile-based risk distribution rather than a flat mathematical average. I would explain to the auditor that the 45-day MTTR is skewed by a legacy tail of non-production, low-risk servers. I would showcase a filtered report proving that 100% of our PCI scoped and internet-facing critical vulnerabilities were patched within 14 days, well within the 30-day mandate. By demonstrating that we have a prioritized, risk-based SLA structure, I satisfy the compliance requirements while proving our operational integrity. Pro tip: never present generic average MTTR to an auditor. Always configure your reporting console to segment metrics by asset scope. Showing that in-scope assets have a 99% SLA compliance rate is what auditors actually need to see, regardless of what is happening in your dev environments.
Scenario 182. A critical vulnerability is discovered on a database server containing cardholder data PCIDSS in scope, but applying the patch requires an unapproved change window that violates standard corporate change control rules. Delaying the patch breaches the PCI SLA, but applying it without approval risks operational disciplinary action. What do you do?
Answer: I would initiate an Emergency Change Advisory Board CAB exception to bridge the gap. I would explain to the operations director that a critical vulnerability on a PCIDSS in scope asset represents an immediate compliance breach and a high-risk security threat. I would request an immediate, expedited emergency CAB approval to authorize the out-of-band patch window. If CAB approval is delayed, I would work with the network team to apply a temporary, non-disruptive virtual patch at the firewall or IPS level to protect the server while the formal change window is scheduled. Pro tip: your corporate change control policy must have a pre-authorized emergency patching clause. This clause should state that for actively exploited vulnerabilities on scoped assets, the security team has the legal authority to bypass standard CAB timelines, provided that all post-incident validation logs are documented within 24 hours.
Scenario 183. FedRAMP and HIPAA compliance mandates a strict 30-day remediation timeline for all high-severity vulnerabilities, but the platform operations team claims their testing and deployment cycles cannot move that fast without breaking core application APIs. How do you bridge this gap?
Answer: I would construct an automated stage deployment and compensating shield framework to satisfy both velocity and compliance. 1. Establish stage testing pipelines. Configure the CI and CD pipeline to automatically deploy security patches to a testing canary ring on day 1, allowing 14 days of automated application integrity testing. 2. Deploy network-level compensating controls. For systems that fail testing, implement virtual patching at the WAF or host IPS level, documenting this as a formal compensating control for the auditor. 3. Automate risk exception ticket routing. If a patch must be delayed past 30 days, have the SOAR playbook automatically generate a pre-filled FedRAMP-compliant POEM ticket with a target remediation date. 4. Conduct weekly joint reviews. Hold a weekly alignment meeting between the VM, dev, and compliance teams to track outstanding exceptions and ensure no ticket silently breaches its regulatory deadline. Pro tip: auditors accept virtual patching under FedRAMP and HIPAA, provided you can prove that the active rules on your IPS or WAF are actively blocking the specific exploit payload signatures associated with that CVE.
Scenario 184. You discover a critical vulnerability on a legacy marketing server that stores active customer names and emails PII, but the server sits in an experimental sandbox environment that is officially excluded from the corporate compliance scope. The business unit refuses to patch, claiming it is not in scope for the audit. How do you proceed?
Answer: I would bypass the audit argument and escalate this as an enterprise data exposure threat. I would explain to the business unit head that while the server might be out of scope for our compliance auditors, the PII is fully protected under global privacy laws such as GDPR. A breach of this server would result in a massive data leak, triggering mandatory regulatory fines and brand damage regardless of our audit scope. I would give them a hard 48-hour deadline to either migrate the PII to a secure database or patch the legacy server. Pro tip: implement data discovery scanning. Use automated tools to scan your network for unencrypted PII. If PII is detected in an out-of-scope sandbox, your security policy should permit the VM team to automatically tag the asset as in scope for security and enforce corporate patching SLAs.
Scenario 185. A vendor-released security update patches a critical remote code execution flaw in your core database, but applying the patch silently breaks a compliance-mandated file integrity logging agent. Choosing the patch leaves you blind to file integrity changes, while maintaining the logging agent leaves the database open to RCE attacks. How do you resolve this conflict?
Answer: I would prioritize applying the security patch and implement a temporary compensating control for the logging. An unpatched remote code execution vulnerability is an active, exploitable gateway that attackers can use immediately. I would apply the patch to secure the database and work with the security monitoring team to deploy temporary syslog or database query level logging directly from the OS database engine to bridge the compliance visibility gap, while we work with the vendor to update the file integrity agent. Pro tip: always document this decision as a temporary compliance variance. File the variance with your internal audit and GRC teams immediately, showing that you have substituted the broken agent with an alternative logging control, maintaining audit integrity during the transition.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire master vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 186. An external auditor questions the validity of a compensating control, an IPS virtual patch, used to justify a 6-month-old vulnerability on a legacy financial mainframe, threatening to log it as an active compliance nonconformity. How do you defend and prove the validity of the control?
Answer: I would present a technical compensating control attestation packet to the auditor, executing these steps. 1. Provide the exploit blocking proof. Show the auditor the exact IPS signature rule name and configuration, proving it directly matches and blocks the exploit payloads associated with that CVE. 2. Demonstrate active traffic inspection. Provide syslog records showing that the IPS is actively inspecting network traffic flowing to that specific legacy mainframe port. 3. Present penetration testing logs. Share past red team or penetration testing results proving that when they attempted to exploit that specific CVE, the IPS successfully blocked the attack. 4. Show host-level hardening logs. Provide evidence of additional host-level controls, such as disabled admin shares and restricted service accounts, that limit any remaining post-exploit blast radius. Pro tip: auditors want to see monitoring. Ensure you can show the auditor that if the IPS compensating control is ever disabled or modified, an automated P1 alert is instantly sent to the SOC, proving the control is actively governed.
Scenario 187. Your vulnerability scanner lacks authenticated access to systems located in a highly isolated PC IDSS zone because the database administrators refuse to share domain credentials. The compliance auditor demands proof of active credentialed scanning. How do you satisfy the audit requirements?
Answer: I would bypass the need for network-based credential sharing by deploying an agent-based or passive audit strategy. 1. Deploy local scanning agents. Install a lightweight local scanning agent on the servers in the isolated zone. The agent runs scans locally using system privileges and reports data via secure outbound HTTPS. 2. Verify local package registries. Provide the auditor with the agent's scan logs, showing it performs the exact same local package and registry checks as an authenticated network scan. 3. Leverage EDR vulnerability telemetry. If agents are blocked, Use your EDR agent's built-in software inventory database to export patch-level reports and map them to known CVEs. 4. Document the credential isolation policy. Present the auditor with the written security policy that forbids sharing high-privilege domain credentials across isolated network zones. Proving the control is a deliberate security design. Pro tip: auditors love process documentation. If you have a written least privilege credential policy explaining why network scanning is blocked, and you provide a valid agent-based report as an alternative, you will pass the audit with flying colors.
Scenario 188. Your executive leadership wants to map your vulnerability remediation metrics directly to specific cybersecurity frameworks, such as the NIST Cybersecurity Framework, CIS controls, and ISO 27001. How do you map your operational scan data to these compliance controls?
Answer: I would construct a control mapping matrix that links raw VM metrics to specific framework identifiers. 1. Map to NIST PR.IP-12 Vulnerability Management. Link your monthly scan frequency, scan coverage percentage, and average MTTR metrics directly to the NIST inventory and patching control. 2. Map to CIS Control 7 Vulnerability Management. Use your authenticated scan rate and exploitable vulnerability burndown metrics to prove compliance with CIS Continuous Vulnerability Management requirements. 3. Map to ISO 27001 Control A.12.6.1. Use your exception registry, risk acceptance approvals, and SLA breach reports to prove compliance with ISO's management of technical vulnerabilities. 4. Deliver a unified compliance dashboard. Build an executive dashboard that displays these technical metrics under the heading of their corresponding framework control, proving compliance program alignment. Pro tip: use the Common Security Framework CSF taxonomy. Mapping your VM metrics to a unified framework like CSF allows you to export compliance-ready reports for NIST, CIS, and ISO simultaneously, saving hundreds of hours of manual mapping.
Scenario 189. An external audit officially fails due to an unpatched vulnerability that was previously marked as an accepted risk by the business unit head. The BU head attempts to blame the security team for the audit failure, claiming the exception was approved by security. How do you manage this conflict?
Answer: I would clarify the boundary between risk advisory and risk ownership. I would pull the signed risk acceptance document from our GRC repository and present it to leadership. I would show that the document explicitly states that the security team acted as an advisor, while the business unit head formally accepted the risk and the associated compliance liabilities. I would explain that security's job is to flag the threat and consult on mitigations, but the business unit owns the decision to accept or remediate the risk. This clears the security team of blame and refocuses the conversation on the business unit's remediation roadmap. Pro tip: ensure your risk acceptance template has a prominent clause that states, approval of this exception does not guarantee audit compliance. The signing business unit accepts all operational, financial, and compliance audit consequences resulting from this unpatched vulnerability.
Scenario 190. Your patching resources are stretched thin because they are forced to treat all compliance-scoped assets as emergency, while non-scoped critical assets sit unpatched. The organization is highly exposed to real-world threats despite passing all compliance audits. How do you separate compliance-driven remediation from risk-driven processes?
Answer: I would implement a dual-track remediation pipeline that evaluates assets based on both regulatory scope and real-world exploitability. 1. Track 1. The compliance track. Dedicate a specific automated patching pipeline to handle assets within audit scopes like PCI or HIPAA, strictly enforcing the regulatory SLA timelines, for example, 30 days. 2. Track 2. The risk-driven track. Build a secondary, dynamic prioritization pipeline that targets assets based on active exploitation CISA, KEV, and asset criticality, regardless of whether they are in audit scope. 3. Automate risk-based upgrades. Configure the SOAR playbook to automatically promote any non-compliant scoped asset to emergency if a high-confidence threat feed flags it as actively targeted in the wild. 4. Track separate performance KPIs. Deliver separate audit compliance and enterprise threat reduction reports to the board. proving that we are meeting our legal obligations while actively securing the business. Pro tip: use threat-informed gating. If a vulnerability has an active exploit in the wild, it should automatically trigger an emergency patch ticket across both compliance and risk-driven tracks, ensuring that regulatory scope never creates a security blind spot.
Category 19 Conclusion.
Compliance is the legal floor of enterprise security, but it must never be treated as the ceiling. By implementing a dual-track remediation pipeline, you ensure that your organization satisfies regulatory audit mandates on paper while remaining dynamically responsive to real-world, actively exploited threats. Defending your SLAs with contextualized data and transparent risk exception registries transforms compliance from a checkbox burden into an active defense shield.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The Elite Transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 19 to Category 20.
While mastering internal compliance secures the assets under our direct control, the modern enterprise relies heavily on a complex web of external vendor products, cloud-hosted SaaS tools, and open-source software libraries. When a vulnerability strikes a vendor appliance or a business partner's API, you cannot patch it directly, yet you own the risk of compromise. We are moving from internal compliance to external dependency management. Welcome to third-party and supply chain scenarios. Let's explore Category 20.
Category 20. Third-party and supply chain scenarios.
Supply chain vulnerabilities are uniquely dangerous because they introduce blind spots into your network. This category evaluates your ability to manage risks outside your direct operational control. You will learn how to respond to zero-day breaches at SaaS providers, discover vulnerable open-source code buried inside black box vendor software, navigate NDA delays, enforce remediation SLAs on business partners, and safely assess the security posture of third-party tools before they are procured.
Category 20 scenarios, 191 to 200.
Here are the 10 critical scenarios for managing external software, SaaS, and vendor supply chain risks. Scenario 191. Responding to a supply chain attack on a black box vendor appliance you cannot patch. Scenario 192. Assessing internal business impact following a breach notification from a SaaS provider. Scenario 193. Discovering vulnerable open-source libraries embedded deep inside vendor software. Scenario 194. Formulating next steps when a critical software vendor refuses to release a security patch. Scenario 195. Deciding whether to halt the deployment of a newly acquired but insecure software tool. Scenario 196. Managing security delays when a vendor demands an NDA before disclosing zero-day exposure. Scenario 197. Enforcing vulnerability remediation on a business partner's exposed external APIs. Scenario 198. Handling SLA violations when your primary cloud provider fails to patch critical vulnerabilities. Scenario 199. Designing a process to evaluate the security and vulnerability posture of third-party tools. Scenario 200. Handling a situation where a newly released vendor security patch contains a backdoor. Let's dive into Scenario 191.
Scenario 191. A massive, state-sponsored supply chain attack compromises a proprietary firewall appliance deployed at your network edge. Because the appliance is a closed black box system, you cannot install a security agent or apply a custom patch directly. How do you execute an immediate emergency response?
Answer: when direct patching is impossible on compromised edge hardware, I would execute a zero-trust isolation and network containment protocol. 1. Enforce immediate outbound egress blocks. Configure our core internal switches to drop all egress traffic originating from the management interface of the appliance, blocking potential command and control beacons. 2. Implement temporary inbound ACLs. Restrict all inbound administrative traffic, for example, SSH or HTTPS, to the appliance to a highly restricted, secure administrative VLAN. 3. Deploy Deep Packet Inspection DPI. Work with the network team to mirror all traffic passing through the appliance to an IDS or IPS engine configured with the specific compromise signatures. 4. Demand a vendor hotline and hotfix. Escalate directly to the vendor's executive support team, demanding an immediate pre-release hotfix or a hardware replacement timeline while keeping the appliance logically contained. Pro tip: always assume that a compromised edge appliance has leaked cached credentials. In parallel with network containment, trigger a mandatory password rotation for all service accounts and administrator credentials that were stored or used on that device.
Scenario 192. Your primary customer relationship management SaaS provider notifies you of a breach on their end due to an unpatched vulnerability in their platform. The CISO demands an immediate internal impact assessment. How do you investigate if your corporate data was exposed?
Answer: I would execute an identity-first data audit. I would first analyze our single sign-on logs to identify which corporate accounts accessed the SaaS platform during the vendor's disclosed breach window. Next, I would audit all active API tokens and integrations connecting our internal databases to that SaaS tool, revoking and rotating them immediately to block any lateral API hijack paths. Finally, I would demand a formal forensic compromise report from the vendor, detailing the specific tenant databases that were accessed, allowing our legal and GRC teams to determine our notification liabilities under data privacy laws. Pro tip: do not rely solely on the vendor's self-reporting. Have your SOC configure enhanced monitoring for any unusual data queries or login patterns originating from the specific IP ranges used by that SaaS provider's infrastructure.
Scenario 193. A critical vulnerability is disclosed in a widely used open source library, but your standard network scanners cannot find it because it is embedded deep inside the compiled binary of a third-party vendor application. How do you discover and remediate this hidden risk?
Answer: uncovering hidden dependencies requires moving from network scanning to binary analysis and vendor attestation. 1. Utilize binary SCA tools. Scan the server's local file directories using a software composition analysis SCA tool configured to analyze compiled binaries and identify embedded package hashes. 2. Enforce mandatory vendor attestation. Issue a formal vulnerability inquiry to all software vendors, requiring them to confirm if their products contain the vulnerable library. 3. Analyze process memory maps. Run memory diagnostics on high-value servers, for example, using LSOF or local system diagnostics to see which running processes are actively loading the vulnerable library module. 4. Block network access of slow vendors. For vendors that fail to provide a software bill of materials SBOM or status update within 48 hours, recommend placing their application servers on restricted VLANs. Pro tip: use SCA or SBOM integration in procurement. For all future software acquisitions, mandate that the vendor provides a machine-readable software bill of materials SBOM in Cyclone DX format, allowing you to instantly search and find embedded libraries in seconds.
Scenario 194. A critical software vendor officially refuses to release a security patch for a known remote code execution vulnerability in their software, claiming the product is scheduled for depreciation next year. The software is used daily by 500 internal employees. What are your next steps?
Answer: I would treat this as a contractual SLA breach and an immediate surface reduction task. I would first work with legal and procurement to review our maintenance contract, using any active security clauses to pressure the vendor's account team. While the legal process runs, I would coordinate with the network team to move the vulnerable application into an isolated Citrix or RDS environment with strict zero-trust egress rules, preventing the software from communicating with the internet. Finally, I would present a decommissioning roadmap to the CIO, using the vendor's refusal to justify budget acceleration for a modern, secure replacement. Pro tip: if you must run the unpatched software, implement application whitelisting on the host. Configure a tool like AppLocker to strictly permit only the vendor's specific binaries to execute, ensuring that even if an attacker achieves RCE, they cannot execute any secondary commands or shell scripts.
Scenario 195. A business unit procures a third-party software tool without a security review, and your post-purchase vulnerability scan shows the application is riddled with critical, unpatched SQL injection and default credential flaws. They are scheduled to deploy it next week. Do you halt the deployment?
Answer: yes. I would recommend a conditional halt on production deployment. I would explain to the business unit head that deploying an application with known default credentials and SQL injection vulnerabilities is the equivalent of leaving our front door unlocked. I would offer an agile compromise. We will allow them to deploy to a sandbox or staging environment for user training, but we will block production deployment until the vendor provides a verified security patch, and we have implemented strict web application firewall WAF blocking rules. Pro tip: use this incident to reform the procurement lifecycle. Work with leadership to mandate a security sign-off step in the purchasing process. If a software scanner score is too low, the finance team must block the purchase, ensuring security review is an active gatekeeper, times before the contract is signed.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 196. A major zero-day vulnerability is announced in a common enterprise software package. Your primary software vendor demands that you sign a highly restrictive NDA before they will disclose whether their product is affected, creating a 5-day legal delay. How do you manage this security visibility gap?
Answer: I would operate under the assumption of compromise while the legal team processes the NDA. I would not wait for the vendor's confirmation. Instead, I would immediately apply temporary network-level blocking rules to isolate all servers running that vendor's software. I would work with the security monitoring team to deploy custom detection rules to the SIEM, watching for the specific exploit patterns associated with that 0-day. By treating the unverified system as vulnerable by default, we protect the network during the legal standoff. Pro tip: include a pre-negotiated vulnerability disclosure clause in all future Master Services Agreements (MSAs). This clause must mandate that, in the event of a critical 0-day, the vendor must provide an immediate yes or no exposure status within 24 hours without requiring additional legal agreements.
Scenario 197. During an external attack surface scan, you identify critical API vulnerabilities, such as broken object-level authorization, in an integration gateway hosted by one of your primary business partners. This gateway connects directly to your internal database. How do you enforce remediation?
Answer: enforcing security on external entities requires a combined technical shielding and contractual escalation approach. 1. Implement immediate API token revocation. Temporarily disable the business partner's API integration credentials, blocking their access to our database until the risk is mitigated. 2. Coordinate with IT or security leads. Reach out directly to the partner's security contact, providing them with the scan logs and the technical details of the authorization bypass. 3. Enforce WAF-level IP restrictions. If the integration must remain active, apply a strict IP whitelist on our edge firewall, restricting access to only the partner's verified, secure gateways. 4. Escalate via procurement contracts. Notify the partner's account manager that the unresolved vulnerability violates our mutual security agreement, risking formal termination of the business contract. Pro tip: always use API gateways with rate limiting. By routing all partner integrations through a central gateway like a PIGI, you can enforce corporate security policies, rate limiting, and payload sanitization on external connections automatically.
Scenario 198. Your organization has a strict policy mandating that all vendors remediate critical vulnerabilities within 30 days. However, your primary cloud provider has left several critical hypervisor-level flaws unpatched for 45 days, directly violating your SLA. How do you manage this compliance and security risk?
Answer: I would initiate a joint risk acceptance and architectural mitigation workflow. I would explain to leadership that while we cannot physically patch a cloud provider's underlying hypervisor, we must hold them accountable while protecting our assets. I would formally log the cloud provider's SLA breach in our enterprise risk registry and escalate the issue through our procurement and legal channels to initiate service credit penalties. Simultaneously, I would recommend software-level hardening, such as encrypting our database volumes and reinforcing our network micro-segmentation, ensuring our data is protected even if the underlying cloud host is compromised. Pro tip: use multi-region or multi-cloud redundancy. For critical business applications, design your infrastructure to support rapid migration to an alternative region or cloud provider. Having the technical capability to move the workload is the ultimate leverage when negotiating SLA compliance with cloud giants.
Scenario 199. Your procurement team wants to buy a new SaaS-based project management tool. They ask you to design a process to evaluate the software's vulnerability and security posture times before any contract is signed. What is your pre-procurement security framework?
Answer: I would construct a tiered pre-procurement security assessment workflow based on these 4 evaluation pillars. 1. Evaluate GRC documentation. Require the vendor to submit their latest SOC2 Type Roman II report, ISO 27001 certification, and a current external penetration testing executive summary. 2. Perform external attack surface scanning. Run an external non-intrusive scan of the vendor's public domains to identify any exposed databases, outdated web servers, or expired SSL certificates. 3. Request a software bill of materials SBOM. Mandate the submission of an SBOM to verify that the SaaS product does not rely on outdated, highly vulnerable open source libraries. 4. Enforce security SLA contractual clauses. Require the vendor to sign a contract addendum committing to a 30-day remediation SLA for any critical vulnerabilities discovered during our relationship. Pro tip: always check the SOC2 scope. Many vendors present a clean SOC2 report, but closer inspection reveals that the audit was only conducted on the cloud host like AWS and completely ignored the vendor's local coding practices. Always audit the audit.
Scenario 200. A critical software vendor releases an emergency security patch to fix a known zero-day. However, within 12 hours of deployment, threat intelligence reports indicate that the patch itself was compromised and contains a malicious backdoor. What is your immediate response?
Answer: this is a high-priority incident response crisis. My first action is to trigger an immediate rollback or host isolation of any system where the compromised patch was applied, preventing the backdoor from communicating with the attacker's server. Next, I would work with the SOC to analyze the firewall and host logs for any unusual outbound traffic originating from those servers. Finally, I would coordinate with the vendor to obtain a verified clean hotfix while leaving the affected servers logically quarantined inside a restricted VLAN to ensure absolute containment. Pro tip: use sandboxed patch testing. Never deploy any vendor patch directly to production on day one. Always route patches through a staging sandbox environment for 24 to 48 hours. This delay allows the global security community to discover and flag backdoored patches before they ever touch your production core.
Category 20 Conclusion.
Securing the supply chain is about moving beyond your own network perimeter to manage the security posture of your dependencies. By mandating Cyclone DX software bill of materials SBOM standards during procurement, establishing out-of-band testing sandboxes, and executing time-bound risk exceptions, you protect your environment from third-party zero days and backdoored vendor releases. You cannot directly patch your vendors, but you can always isolate and shield their exposure.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 20 to Category 21.
While third-party software and SaaS vulnerabilities require rigorous procurement controls, the physical assets running our physical world introduce an entirely different level of risk. In power grids, water systems, manufacturing plants, and medical networks, an unstable vulnerability scan or an unexpected reboot can threaten lives. We are moving from software dependencies to cyber-physical systems. Welcome to OT, IoT, and ICS scenarios. Let's explore Category 21.
Category 21. OT, IoT, and ICS scenarios.
Operating technology, OT, and the Internet of Things, IoT, require completely different security rules than traditional IT. In the physical world, availability and stability are absolute priorities. This category evaluates your ability to manage cyber-physical risks. You will learn how to identify vulnerabilities without crashing sensitive SCADA controllers, implement passive security monitors, isolate insecure HVAC networks, and negotiate with safety-focused OT engineers who refuse to risk the downtime of industrial control systems.
Category 21. Scenarios 201 to 210.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on industrial control, physical medical devices, and IoT security. Scenario 201. Managing a critical SCADA controller vulnerability where active scanning risks an outage. Scenario 202. Mitigating a hard-coded password vulnerability discovered on a corporate IoT device. Scenario 203. Assessing vulnerabilities in a medical device network where active scanning is prohibited. Scenario 204. Managing an OT environment containing critical flaws and a yearly maintenance window. Scenario 205. Identifying vulnerabilities on unmanaged IoT devices that have bypassed corporate NAC. Scenario 206. Securing the perimeter of an unpatchable HVAC control system connected to the IT network. Scenario 207. Prioritizing vulnerabilities between an air-gapped ICS network and the corporate network. Scenario 208. Detecting and responding to a vulnerable diagnostic laptop introduced into sensitive OT. Scenario 209. Negotiating with OT engineers who refuse to patch systems due to safety risks. Scenario 210. Designing a unified vulnerability management architecture for hybrid IT and OT environments. Let's dive into Scenario 201.
Scenario 201. A critical remote code execution vulnerability is announced for SCADA controller managing a local power grid substation. The operations manager warns that running an active vulnerability scan could crash the controller's fragile legacy IP stack and cause a localized blackout. How do you identify the risk without causing an outage?
Answer: I would forbid active vulnerability scanning on this segment and pivot to passive network monitoring. I would explain to the operations manager that we can capture and analyze the network traffic passively without sending a single query packet to the SCADA controller. I would deploy a passive security sensor, for example, Clarity or Dragos, to a span port on the industrial network switch. This sensor analyzes the device's native industrial protocol headers to identify the exact firmware version and model, allowing us to mathematically map the critical RCE vulnerability without touching the physical device. Pro tip: if passive monitoring is not deployed, use configuration-led verification. Ask the OT engineers to export the controllers running config or firmware backup file manually. You can parse this offline in your VM lab to verify the patch status with zero risk to the active grid.
Scenario 202. An internal audit discovers that 500 smart lighting and building access controllers deployed across your corporate campus contain a hard-coded administrative password. The vendor does not support automated remote password resets, and manual rotation is too labor-intensive. How do you mitigate this corporate IoT exposure?
Answer: when bulk credential rotation is technically impossible on IoT hardware, I would deploy a network isolation and access containment strategy. 1. Establish a dedicated IoT VLAN. Move all 500 vulnerable controllers out of the general corporate subnet and into a separate, isolated VLAN with no routing path to standard user subnets. 2. Enforce strict firewall ACLs. Apply a firewall policy that restricts inbound administrative traffic to these controllers, for example, on HTTP or SSH ports to only a secure designated jump host. 3. Disable upbound egress ports. Block all outbound traffic from the IoT VLAN to the internet, preventing the controllers from being recruited into an external botnet if a local compromise occurs. 4. Implement behavioral monitoring. Configure the central security logging tool to trigger an immediate alert if any workstation outside the approved jump host attempts to communicate with the lighting subnet. Pro tip: if the controllers require external vendor cloud access to function, implement a secure web gateway filter. Allow the IoT VLAN to communicate only times with the vendor's specific, whitelisted API endpoints, dropping all general outbound internet traffic.
Scenario 203. You need to perform a vulnerability assessment on a highly sensitive medical device network, including patient heart monitors and infusion pumps. Both the manufacturer and clinical compliance guidelines strictly prohibit active network scanning. What alternatives do you implement to satisfy audit requirements?
Answer: I would construct an agentless, passive, and documentation-led auditing workflow to satisfy compliance without risking patient safety. 1. Deploy passive deep packet inspection. Install a medical-focused passive network sensor, for example, Medigate, to read network broadcasts and identify device operating systems and firmware versions passively. 2. Map assets via DHCP and MAC OUs. Analyze the DHCP reservation logs and MAC address organizational unique identifiers to identify the manufacturer and model profile of the devices. 3. Audit vendor MDS2 documents. Collect the manufacturer's official manufacturer disclosure statement for medical device security, MDS2 documents, to map the approved security controls and software versions of each device. 4. Establish physical port security. Verify that all unused Ethernet ports in clinical areas are physically disabled or locked down via MAC whitelist rules, proving perimeter control to the auditors. Pro tip: Medical devices are often static assets that never change. Once you establish their baseline inventory passively, document a permanent risk exception backed by the manufacturer's warranty terms to satisfy HIPAA and clinical auditors.
Scenario 204. A critical remote code execution vulnerability affects several human-machine interfaces, HMIs, on an active chemical manufacturing floor. The OT plant manager states that the plant only has a planned maintenance and reboot window once a year. How do you reduce the risk of a ransomware attack in the remaining 11 months?
Answer: since we cannot reboot the HMIs to apply the patch, we must implement host hardening and segment shielding. I would work with the OT network engineers to deploy temporary host-based access lists, restricting incoming connections to the HMIs to only verified engineer workstation IPs. Next, I would work with the local administrators to disable all non-essential Windows services like the print spooler or remote registry on the HMI operating systems, directly reducing the available attack surface on the host. Finally, I would ensure that strict USB lockout rules are enforced at the physical stations to prevent sneaky local infections. Pro tip: leverage unidirectional security gateways data diodes. If the HMIs must export operational logs to the corporate IT network, place a physical data diode on the segment. This ensures data can flow times out times of the manufacturing floor, but no network packets can ever travel times in times from the IT side, neutralizing external attack paths.
Scenario 205. Unmanaged IoT devices are plugging into the corporate network and successfully bypassing standard network access control NAC checks by spoofing the MAC addresses of approved Office printers. How do you identify these hidden devices and their vulnerabilities?
Answer: I would combine behavioral profile fingerprinting and active DHCP inspection to expose these spoofed rogue assets. 1. Analyze HTTP user agents. Query the web proxy logs to check the user agent of the device. If a device claiming to be an HP printer is sending web traffic matching a personal smart TV, you have flagged a rogue spoof. 2. Deploy dynamic profile fingerprinting. Configure the NAC tool, for example, Cisco ISE, to analyze the device's network behavior. If a printer starts scanning other ports or communicates with unauthorized external IPs, terminate the session. 3. Correlate DHCP fingerprints. Audit the DHCP option 55 request parameters in your logs. Each operating system requests DHCP options in a unique order. A mismatch between the Mac manufacturer and the DHCP signature indicates a spoof. 4. Run targeted SNMP queries. Perform a safe, read-only SNMP query against the device. If the return system description MIB does not match the approved printer profile, quarantine the port immediately. Pro tip: move your corporate printers to a dedicated, authenticated VLAN. By requiring printers to use IEEE 802.1x certificate-based authentication rather than simple MAC bypass lists, you completely eliminate MAC spoofing as an entry vector.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 206. A facility building's HVAC control system is connected directly to the corporate IT network, and you discover IT has unpatchable critical flaws that allow external attackers to alter physical building temperatures. The facility team refuses to disconnect IT because they need remote monitoring. How do you secure this perimeter?
Answer: I would enforce a strict walled garden encapsulation. I would work with the network team to migrate the HVAC system out of the IT network and into a dedicated non-routing VLAN. To support their remote monitoring requirement without exposing the system, I would require all connections to pass through a secure, designated jump box with multi-factor authentication. The jump box acts as a secure, audited gateway, ensuring that the legacy HVAC controllers never directly communicate with general IT devices or the public internet. Pro tip: check the HVAC gateway's external DNS requests. Many smart HVAC systems attempt to reach out to public NTP or update servers. Blocking all outbound DNS queries from the HVAC VLAN and routing them to an internal, monitored DNS server stops potential command and control beacons immediately.
Scenario 207. Your corporate network has an active medium vulnerability with a public exploit, while your completely air-gapped industrial control system, ICS, has an unpatched, critical remote code execution flaw. Executive leadership wants you to prioritize the ICS critical first. How do you advise them based on advanced risk logic?
Answer: I would advise leadership to prioritize the corporate IT medium over the air-gapped ICS critical. I would explain that risk is a product of both severity and probability. While the ICS vulnerability is technically severe, its air-gapped environment means the attack vector probability is near zero because an attacker has no logical path to reach IT. Conversely, the corporate IT vulnerability sits in an environment where user web browsing and email occur daily, making the probability of exploitation extremely high. By patching the corporate medium first, we secure our active front lines. Pro tip: document the decision as a strategic risk prioritization memo. Show leadership that we are maintaining security on the air-gapped ICS through physical access controls, USB lockdowns, and host integrity monitoring, allowing us to focus our immediate engineering efforts where the threat is active.
Scenario 208. A third-party vendor technician bypasses physical security and connects a diagnostic laptop running unpatched software directly into a highly sensitive, segmented OT turbine network. How do you detect this transient asset and execute an immediate incident response?
Answer: detecting transient assets requires continuous passive listening and automated port containment protocols. 1. Alert on passive DHCP or ARP spikes. Configure your passive OT security sensor, for example, Dragos, to trigger an immediate high-priority alarm the moment a new MAC address or DHCP request is detected on the turbine VLAN. 2. Initiate port-level quarantine. Execute an automated SOAR playbook to instantly disable that specific switch port or move it to a restricted quarantine VLAN using MAC limiting rules. 3. Engage incident response SOC. Treat the unauthorized connection as an active security breach, dispatching physical security to locate the technician and seize the laptop for compromise scanning. 4. Audit the diagnostic interface. Verify if the unpatched laptop has already attempted to communicate with local PLCs, checking the turbine logs for any unauthorized command executions. Pro tip: establish a guest asset compliance check policy. Before any vendor connects a laptop to your physical OT network, they must submit the device to a security kiosk that runs an automated, read-only compliance scan to verify EDR status and patch levels.
Scenario 209. The chief OT engineer at a water treatment plant refuses to allow you to apply security patches to the water filtration controllers, arguing that patching is a reckless IT concept that introduces unacceptable stability risks to life safety infrastructure. How do you negotiate a secure resolution?
Answer: I would avoid arguing security compliance and instead focus on operational safety. I would acknowledge that their priority is the safe, continuous operation of the water supply, and that a bad patch is an unacceptable risk. I would propose a joint risk assessment strategy. Instead of applying the patch directly, we will evaluate if we can shield the controller by locking down its network boundaries, for example, disabling unnecessary management protocols and blocking adjacent subnet traffic. This protects the controller from network exploits without touching the physical device's software, achieving security while guaranteeing physical stability. Pro tip: offer to build a testing lab. Work with the OT team to purchase a single, spare filtration controller to sit in an isolated test lab. This allows the OT engineers to test and verify security patches themselves, proving their safety before they are eventually bundled with the annual physical maintenance window.
Scenario 210. You are tasked with designing a unified vulnerability management architecture for a global enterprise that contains both a rapid public cloud IT network and an isolated, highly sensitive OT manufacturing floor. What is your architectural design?
Answer: I would construct a bifurcated discovery and centralized analysis architecture that separates active IT scanning from passive OT monitoring. 1. Deploy agent-based active IT scanning. Use lightweight vulnerability agents on all cloud and corporate IT workstations, providing high-speed, continuous registry and file audits. 2. Deploy passive OT deep packet sensors. Install passive network listening sensors, for example, clarity on mirrored switch ports across the manufacturing floor to discover and profile OT assets passively. 3. Enforce air-gap data transfers. For highly isolated OT networks, Configure a secure gateway to collect passive scan telemetry and export IT via a unidirectional diode to the central console. 4. Unify in a central risk ledger. Feed both the active IT agent data and the passive OT sensor telemetry into a single, unified VM dashboard, mapped to a standardized GRC risk model. Pro tip: keep the networks physically separated. Your VM console should reside in a secure cloud or IT subnet, collecting data from the OT segment via secure, one-way push APIs, ensuring that a compromise of the IT network cannot be used as a bridge to attack the physical manufacturing floor.
Category 21 Conclusion.
Vulnerability management in cyber-physical environments demands a fundamental shift from active, intrusive testing to passive, non-intrusive monitoring. By prioritizing operational safety over rigid patch compliance, establishing isolated VLANs for legacy IoT or HVAC controllers, and building passive diagnostic interfaces, you protect the physical infrastructure from scanning outages. In the OT and ICS domains, maintaining process stability and availability is the ultimate form of security.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip: whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 21 to Category 22.
While securing physical OT environments shields your operations from predictable mechanical failures, protecting your applications from highly skilled human adversaries requires active, adversarial testing. Scanners can only find known, predictable patterns, but ethical hackers, penetration testers, and red teams search for the creative gaps that standard scanners completely miss. We are moving from automated scanning to adversarial validation. Welcome to penetration testing, bug bounty, and red team integration. Let's explore Category 22.
Category 22. Penetration testing, bug bounty, and red team integration.
This category tests your ability to ingest, validate, and orchestrate manual, human-reported security findings. You will learn how to handle critical bug bounty reports that automated scanners completely missed, manage risks when a red team chains multiple low-severity bugs to achieve full domain compromise, integrate manual Pentest data with SAST and DAST results into a single pane of glass, and resolve workflow failures when a retest proves a closed finding is still fully exploitable.
Category 22, Scenarios 211 to 220.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on adversarial testing, manual validation, and bug bounty integration. Scenario 211, analyzing why automated scanners missed a critical vulnerability reported by a bug bounty researcher. Scenario 212, updating vulnerability risk scoring when a red team exploits a chain of low-severity bugs. Scenario 213, resolving severity conflicts between manual penetration test results and automated scanners. Scenario 214, escalating high-risk manual Pentest findings that have remained unpatched for 6 months. Scenario 215, tracking and managing complex business logic flaws within traditional VM platforms. Scenario 216, validating remediation when a red team refuses to share their custom zero-day exploit code. Scenario 217, resolving hard-coded credential findings that engineering claims are required for legacy apps. Scenario 218, merging manual Pentest findings, SAST and DAST results, and infrastructure scans into one view. Scenario 219, initiating a crisis response when a public bug bounty disclosure goes viral before patching. Scenario 220, root-causing a workflow failure when a closed Pentest finding fails its verification retest. Let's dive into Scenario 211.
Scenario 211. A bug bounty researcher submits a critical vulnerability that your weekly automated scanners completely missed. The CISO wants to know why our expensive scanning platform failed and demands an immediate remediation workflow. How do you explain the scanning gap, and what is your workflow to triage and validate this manual finding?
Answer: I would explain to the CISO that automated vulnerability scanners operate on static signatures. They search for known version numbers and recognizable configuration patterns on disk. Ethical researchers, however, look for business logic flaws and unique multi-step authorization bypasses that no scanner can mathematically predict. My triage workflow would first involve validating the researcher's proof of concept in an isolated staging environment. Once verified, I would manually ingest the finding into our tracking system, assign it an emergency priority, and work with the development team to push a patch while registering a detection rule in our monitoring tools to catch similar exploit attempts. Pro tip: use the scanner feedback loop. After patching a researcher-reported bug, analyze why times the scanner missed it. If it was a custom configuration issue, write a custom policy signature inside your vulnerability scanner, for example. A custom OVAL or Nessus script to ensure the scanner can automatically detect this specific flaw across the rest of the enterprise.
Scenario 212. An internal red team successfully exploits a chain of 3 low-severity configuration vulnerabilities to bypass MFA and achieve full domain admin. On paper, these vulnerabilities are rated as low by CVSS, allowing teams to ignore them under standard SLAs. How do you update your risk scoring to ensure these findings are prioritized?
Answer: I would bypass the standard static CVSS score and implement an adversarial risk override. I would explain to leadership that while each individual vulnerability is technically low, their chained combination represents a critical threat path to our entire identity fabric. I would manually upgrade the combined risk score of these 3 findings to critical in our database, linking them together under a single red team remediation campaign. This forces the operations team to address them under our emergency 48-hour SLA, rather than letting them sit unpatched in the legacy low-priority backlog. Pro tip: implement attack path risk weighting. If your vulnerability management tool supports graph-based risk models, configure a rule that boosts the severity score of any low or medium vulnerability. If a certified red team report proves, it can be chained to achieve credential theft or lateral movement.
Scenario 213. An external penetration test reports a critical vulnerability in a web application's session management, but your automated web scanner rates it as low because it requires specific user interaction. The application owner wants to downgrade the finding to low to meet their deployment schedule. Which rating takes precedence, and how do you resolve the dispute?
Answer: the penetration test rating takes absolute precedence. I would explain to the application owner that automated scanners use generic, conservative algorithms that often underestimate user interaction barriers. A human penetration tester, however, proved that they could easily trick users into performing that action, turning the theoretical barrier into a practical exploit. I would maintain the critical rating in our reporting, but I would offer a technical compromise. If they can implement an immediate session token lifetime restriction to mitigate the active blast radius, we will grant them a temporary 14-day SLA extension to apply the complete physical patch. Pro tip: always establish a dispute resolution policy in your VM handbook. The policy should state that manual validation by a certified security analyst or red team always overrides any automated scanner rating, preventing development teams from shopping for easier scores from different tools.
Scenario 214. A regulatory audit uncovers several long-standing unpatched systems, and leadership attempts to blame the security team for a lack of communication. Your records prove you recommended patching multiple times over the last year, but leadership consistently chose to ignore them. How do you document and present this escalation history?
Answer: I would present a forensic escalation audit trail to the auditors and executive committee executing these steps. 1. Extract historical ticket logs. Pull all Jira or ServiceNow tickets created for those specific systems, showcasing the exact timestamp of discovery and assignment. 2. Compile communication artifacts. Gather PDF or system logged receipts of the weekly risk scorecards and automated email alerts sent to the asset owners and regional managers. 3. Retrieve exception sign-offs. Extract any expired risk acceptance requests or formal deferred status decisions signed by the business unit directors. 4. Deliver a unified timeline report. Present a simple, objective chronological timeline showing exactly when security flagged the risk, when the SLA breached, and who formally accepted or ignored the escalation. Pro tip: always use self-documenting VM systems. Ensure your vulnerability platform automatically logs all ticket reassignments, exception requests, and status changes with immutable system timestamps. This prevents manual metadata alterations and protects team integrity.
Scenario 215. A bug bounty report reveals a highly complex business logic flaw, for example, price manipulation in an e-commerce cart that cannot be mapped to a standard CVE or scanned by a traditional network tool. How do you track, risk rate, and manage this manual finding inside a traditional VM platform?
Answer: managing non-CVE findings requires a manual ingestion and custom risk mapping workflow inside your VM platform. 1. Map finding to a CWE identifier. Instead of a CVE, map the logical flaw to its corresponding common weakness enumeration, for example, CWE840 for business logic errors to maintain database structure. 2. Calculate a custom CVSS score. Use the CVSS calculator manually, adjusting the environmental and impact metrics to reflect the real-world financial damage of the business logic exploit. 3. Deploy a manual security ticket. Generate a dedicated ticket in Jira, attaching the researcher's full video proof of concept to bypass the typical automated scan output requirements. 4. Configure manual validation checkpoints. Because automated scanners cannot retest this flaw, schedule a mandatory manual retest by an internal security analyst before closing the ticket. Pro tip: integrate your bug bounty platform like HackerOne or BugCrowd directly into your Jira workflow via APIs. This allows manual researcher reports to automatically generate structured, enriched tickets that match your standard patching lifecycle.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 216. A red team successfully achieves domain compromise using a custom, proprietary zero-day exploit, but they refuse to share their specific exploit code or methodology with the security operations team to protect their intellectual property. The system admins apply a vendor workaround. How do you validate the remediation?
Answer: I would validate the remediation by performing a functional control verification. I would analyze the vendor workaround instructions to identify the specific system state or configuration changes required to block the exploit, for example, a specific registry value or disabled service. I would write a PowerShell or Bash script to query that specific configuration state across the affected systems, verifying 100% compliance. By validating that the door is physically locked, we prove the remediation succeeded without needing the red team's specific key to test it. Pro tip: for future engagements, mandate a collaboration and retest clause in the contract. This clause must require the red team to either run the retest themselves and provide signed attestation logs, or provide our internal SOC with a safe, compiled executable that tests for the vulnerability without revealing the underlying exploit code.
Scenario 217. A penetration tester discovers a hard-coded administrative credential inside a web config file, but the engineering team refuses to remove it, claiming the credential is required for an unmodifiable legacy database integration. How do you resolve this risk?
Answer: I would recommend credential rotation and gateway encapsulation. I would explain to the engineering team that leaving a hard-coded credential in a configuration file allows any user with read access to the repository to compromise the database. I would propose moving the credential out of the static file and into a secure secret manager like HashiCorp Vault or AWS Secrets Manager. The application can then fetch the credential dynamically at runtime via secure API calls, allowing the password to be rotated regularly without touching the underlying legacy code. Pro tip: if they cannot update the code to call an API, implement a proxy-based connection. Have the application connect to a local database proxy on the host, which handles the authentication and encryption layer to the legacy database internally, shielding the hard-coded credential from direct configuration file exposure.
Scenario 218. Your organization struggles with fragmented data, tracking manual Pentest findings, SAST and DAST results, and infrastructure network scans in separate tools. This leads to duplicate tickets, missed deadlines, and dashboard blindness for the CISO. How do you merge these sources into a single view?
Answer: I would construct an automated vulnerability data aggregation and normalization pipeline using these steps. 1. Deploy an API-first ASPM tool. Integrate an application security posture management ASPM tool such as Defect Dojo or Armor Code to act as your central data clearinghouse. 2. Normalize severity on CVSS version 3. Map all incoming findings, whether manual Pentest bugs or automated SaaS scans, to the standard CVSS version 3 scoring model. 3. Deduplicate via asset finding hashes. Configure the aggregation engine to generate a unique cryptographic hash combining the host UUID port and CVE to automatically merge overlapping tool findings. 4. Map to central GRC controls. Link the consolidated vulnerability registry directly to your corporate GRC platform like ServiceNow, providing executives with a unified view of risk compliance. Pro tip: establish a manual ingestion portal. For any manual penetration test or bug bounty report, require analysts to upload the findings using a standardized CSV or JSON template. This allows the automation pipeline to parse, risk rate, and ticket manual findings identically to automated scans.
Scenario 219. A public bug bounty disclosure detailing a critical, unpatched remote code execution vulnerability on your primary, customer-facing website goes viral on social media. Attackers are actively attempting to exploit the flaw. What is your emergency crisis response workflow?
Answer: an active public zero-day crisis requires an immediate shield, monitor, and patch response workflow. 1. Activate the Incident Response Plan SOC. Coordinate with the SOC to declare a Priority 1 security incident, mobilizing dedicated security, engineering, and PR teams to the war room. 2. Deploy WAF blocking rules. Request the Edge security team to instantly apply a custom reject signature on the web application firewall to block the specific exploit payload circulating online. 3. Initiate enhanced logging. Instruct the detection engineering team to configure the SIEM to alert on any exploit like HTTP requests hitting the website, establishing real-time visibility. 4. Orchestrate emergency hotfix deployment. Work with the engineering lead to compile, verify, and deploy the vendor-provided security hotfix out of band, completely bypassing standard CAB timelines. Pro tip: always prepare a pre-approved public relations statement template for zero-day events. Work with your PR and legal teams in advance so that you can issue a transparent, reassuring public update within 2 hours of the viral leak, neutralizing brand damage.
Scenario 220. The database team moves a high-risk pentest finding to closed in Jira, but your security validation retest proves that the SQL injection vulnerability is still fully exploitable because they used superficial string filtering instead of parameterization. How do you handle this workflow failure?
Answer: this indicates a critical breakdown in remediation quality control. I would execute this correction process. 1. Reopen the ticket with proof. Instantly move the Jira ticket back to in progress and attach the raw retest log showing that the exploit still succeeded despite their patch. 2. Conduct a post-mortem call. Set up an immediate call with the database lead to explain why string filtering is an insecure and incomplete fix for SQL injection. 3. Deliver a secure code template. Provide the developer with a standardized parameterized query code snippet matching their application language, showing them exactly how to fix the flaw securely. 4. Establish verification gating. Implement a policy where a security ticket can never be closed until an internal security analyst runs, signs off, and uploads the automated retest log to the ticket. Pro tip: use automated interactive application security testing IAST agents in staging. An IAST agent sits inside the application runtime. If a developer attempts to deploy a superficial fix like string filtering, the agent will detect the vulnerability and fail the pipeline build automatically.
Category 22 Conclusion.
Integrating adversarial testing into your vulnerability management pipeline is the ultimate way to validate real-world defenses. Human researchers and red teams reveal the logical gaps, credential exposures, and attack chains that automated scanners inherently miss. By standardizing manual finding ingestion on unified CVSS frameworks, automating retest verifications, and acting decisively during viral bug disclosure crises, you convert adversarial intelligence into proactive enterprise hardening.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 22 to Category 23.
While adversarial testing validates our physical boundaries, some technical gaps cannot be patched immediately due to critical business dependencies. In these scenarios, the organization must formally accept the risk. However, risk acceptance cannot be a permanent get-out-of-patch-free card. It requires a structured, governed, and audited lifecycle. We are moving from adversarial validation to internal risk governance. Welcome to Risk Acceptance and Exception Lifecycle Scenarios. Let's explore Category 23.
Category 23. Risk Acceptance and Exception Lifecycle Scenarios.
Risk acceptance is a formal business decision, not a security team bypass. This category evaluates your ability to govern the lifecycle of security exceptions. You will learn how to handle generic "we have a firewall" excuses, clean up backlogs of expired exceptions, manage sensitive requests from C-suite executives, evaluate the validity of static libraries, and implement governance structures that hold business owners legally and financially accountable for their accepted risks.
Category 23, Scenarios 221 to 230.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on risk governance, policy exception lifecycles, and accountability. Scenario 221. Responding to a business owner's risk acceptance request based on generic firewall claims. Scenario 222. Cleaning up a backlog of hundreds of unpatched, expired vulnerability exceptions. Scenario 223. Handling a permanent exception request from the CEO for an insecure personal workstation. Scenario 224. Triggering a risk reassessment when a critical compensating control is decommissioned. Scenario 225. Breaking the cycle of teams repeatedly requesting 90-day extensions for the same flaw. Scenario 226. Defining the technical and business criteria required to approve a security exception. Scenario 227. Fixing organizational governance when an auditor discovers unauthorized risk approvers. Scenario 228. Tracking the cumulative, aggregated risk of thousands of accepted vulnerabilities in a single BU. Scenario 229. Revoking exceptions and enforcing patches when a zero-day targets an accepted risk system. Scenario 230. Validating a developer's claim that a vulnerable library is never called by the application. Let's dive into Scenario 221.
Scenario 221. A business owner submits a risk acceptance request for a critical web application vulnerability, justifying the exception with the generic claim, "We have an enterprise firewall. Run-of-the-mill port blocking does not mitigate application layer exploits." How do you respond to this request?
Answer: I would reject the exception and provide a technical reality check. I would explain to the business owner that a standard enterprise firewall only blocks unauthorized ports, but must leave port 443 open to allow legitimate user traffic to reach their web application. Since the SQL injection, or cross-site scripting exploit, is carried inside that legitimate HTTPS traffic, the standard firewall is completely blind to it. I would explain that we can only approve a temporary exception if they deploy an active compensating control, such as a web application firewall in blocking mode, that is specifically configured to inspect and sanitize application layer payloads. Pro tip: always provide educational feedback with your rejections. Create a pre-built compensating control guide that explains what tools like WAF or IPS actually mitigate specific CVEs. This helps the business owner understand the technical why behind the rejection and guides them toward a secure solution.
Scenario 222. You take over a vulnerability management program and discover a backlog of over 300 active exceptions that have been expired for months, but were never remediated. These systems are excluded from active patch tracking. How do you clean up this backlog without disrupting operations?
Answer: cleaning up a legacy exception backlog requires a structured risk reattestation campaign. 1. Identify and flag all expired records. Run a query in your GRC or ticketing system to isolate all exception records where the expiration date is in the past. 2. Bulk restore to active tracking. Move these 300 assets back into the active open vulnerability queue in your VM dashboard, instantly exposing their risk state to leadership. 3. Issue a 14-day reattestation notice. Send an automated notification to the asset owners stating that their exception has expired, and they must either submit a verified remediation plan or formally reapply. 4. Enforce mandatory escalation. If an owner ignores the notice for 14 days, configure the SOAR playbook to automatically generate a high-priority SLA breach ticket assigned to their departmental VP. Pro tip: eliminate the infinite exception loop by enforcing a strict 3-strike rule in your VM policy. A business unit cannot request more than 2 consecutive 30-day extensions for the same vulnerability without requiring formal, in-person sign-off from the corporate CISO.
Scenario 223. The CEO requests a permanent security exception for their personal workstation to run an outdated, unpatched version of Adobe Acrobat that they prefer using for local files. The workstation contains cached administrative and financial keys. How do you handle this sensitive request?
Answer: I would treat this as a high-risk exception that requires isolation. I would not flatly reject the CEO's request, but I would explain the blast radius risk, how a single malicious PDF could compromise their workstation and expose the company's financial keys. I would agree to support their workflow times if we implement a strict compensating control, isolating their legacy Adobe application inside a secure virtual sandbox container or a non-domain joined virtual machine. This allows them to use the software they prefer while ensuring that any potential exploit is trapped inside the container with no access to the host memory or network. Pro tip: never grant permanent exceptions to anyone, including the CEO. Every exception must have a mandatory expiration date, typically 90 days, to force a re-evaluation of the risk, ensuring that legacy exposures do not become permanent, unmonitored liabilities.
Scenario 224. A critical network firewall, which was used as the primary compensating control to justify an open vulnerability on an internal mainframe, is unexpectedly decommissioned by the network team. The mainframe is suddenly exposed. How do you detect this drift and trigger a risk reassessment?
Answer: detecting compensating control drift requires continuous security posture re-verification. 1. Map controls to assets in the CMDB. Ensure your GRC tool links the mainframe's exception record directly to the specific firewall serial number or security group in your asset inventory. 2. Configure automated config drift alerts. Set up the network compliance tool to trigger an automated alert in your SOAR platform whenever a core firewall or security group rule is deleted or modified. 3. Execute daily API-based verification. Have the SOAR playbook run a daily API query to verify that the compensating firewall rule is still active and blocking the target mainframe ports. 4. Trigger instant exception revocation. If the verification query fails, automatically revoke the mainframe's exception, restore its status to critical exposure, and notify the CISO and mainframe owner. Pro tip: compensating control drift is a primary cause of audit failures. Regularly scheduled manual audits are too slow. Automating the verification of your compensating controls via API queries is the only way to prevent silent exposures.
Scenario 225. An application operations team repeatedly submits back-to-back 90-day extension requests for the same critical vulnerability, claiming they lack the engineering resource to perform the upgrade. The vulnerability has been sitting open for a year. How do you break this cycle?
Answer: I would implement a progressive risk tax and executive escalation policy. I would explain to the operations lead that we cannot allow a temporary exception to become a permanent risk bypass. I would introduce a policy where each consecutive extension request requires a higher level of executive sign-off. The first requires the manager, the second requires the VP, and the third requires the CIO's formal signature. Simultaneously, I would apply a risk surcharge, charging the business unit's budget for the extra security monitoring resources required to protect their unpatched host. This makes procrastination financially and politically expensive. Pro tip: help them solve the resourcing problem. Coordinate with the platform engineering team to provide the operations team with automated patching playbooks or remediation templates, reducing the manual labor required for the patch and eliminating their primary excuse of lack of resources.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview, and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 226. To prevent ad hoc and inconsistent risk approvals, you are tasked with designing a formal, standardized policy that outlines the minimum requirements for approving any security exception. What specific criteria do you mandate?
Answer: I would design a 4-gate security exception framework that mandates these strict criteria before any approval is granted. 1. Verify technical infeasibility. The requester must provide proof that applying the patch is technically impossible. For example, it breaks a core library rather than simply being inconvenient. 2. Implement a verified compensating control. The requester must deploy a verified active compensating control, for example, a WAF blocking rule or network isolation that directly neutralizes the specific exploit path. 3. Establish a hard expiration date. All exceptions must have a maximum lifespan, typically 90 days, and require a detailed written remediation roadmap detailing how the patch will eventually be applied. 4. Ensure authorized risk ownership. The exception must be digitally signed by a business director who has the formal authority to accept the financial and compliance liabilities of a potential breach. Pro tip: embed these criteria into your GRC tool's request form. If the requester fails to upload proof of a compensating control or select an authorized executive sponsor, the tool should automatically reject the request before it reaches security.
Scenario 227. An external auditor discovers that junior project managers and system administrators have been self-approving risk acceptances in JIRA, violating the core principle of segregation of duties. The organization faces immediate compliance audit failure. How do you resolve this governance breakdown?
Answer: I would immediately revoke all unauthorized access rights and restructure our GRC access control roles. I would modify our JIRA and service now permission schemes so that the Approve Exception button is strictly restricted to designated risk officers and executive business unit heads. I would then run a script to export all active exceptions and flag those approved by non-authorized accounts. I would require these flagged exceptions to undergo a mandatory, immediate re-review and formal sign-off by the correct, authorized executives within 7 days to satisfy the auditors and restore compliance. Pro tip: establish a segregation of duties matrix in your central policy handbook. The team that times discovers times the risk vulnerability management, and the team that times remediates times the risk operations must never have the authority to times except times the risk. Acceptance must always remain with the business owner who owns the asset's budget.
Scenario 228. A high-revenue business unit has accumulated over 1,000 separate low and medium risk acceptances over 2 years. Individually, each finding is low risk, but collectively, they create a fragile infrastructure where attackers can easily execute lateral movements. How do you track and report this cumulative risk?
Answer: I would construct an aggregated risk density index to track and expose this cumulative exposure. 1. Calculate a host-level risk density. Group findings by asset. If a single server has 20 medium vulnerabilities, elevate its individual host risk score to critical regardless of the individual CVSS ratings. 2. Map horizontal exploit chains. Group the accepted risks by weakness type, for example, CWE. If 500 servers share the same accepted local privilege escalation flaw, flag this as an enterprise-wide systemic threat. 3. Publish a BU risk scorecard. Display the business unit's aggregated risk score in the weekly executive dashboard, showing how their cumulative exceptions are impacting the company's insurance liability. 4. Enforce a cumulative risk ceiling. Set a hard cap in your policy. If a business unit's total aggregated risk score exceeds a set threshold, the GRC system automatically blocks any new exception requests. Pro tip: present the risk to leadership as an attack chain likelihood. Explain to the board that while we have accepted 1,000 minor risks, an attacker only needs to chain 3 of those minor flaws together to achieve full network compromise, making the cumulative risk highly critical.
Scenario 229. A highly weaponized zero-day exploit is released for a vulnerability that was previously an accepted risk on 100 internal servers. The existing exception is suddenly an active gateway for ransomware. How do you revoke the exception and enforce emergency patching?
Answer: managing an out-of-band threat escalation requires an automated risk-based exception revocation playbook. 1. Trigger automated threat matching. Configure your SOAR playbook to constantly scan CISA KEV updates. If a CVE with an active approved exception is added to the KEV, trigger an immediate revocation event. 2. Bulk revoke the exception records. Automatically move the 100 exception tickets in JIRA or ServiceNow to revoke status, restoring the vulnerability status to emergency critical. 3. Generate high-priority SLA tickets. Instantly dispatch emergency patching tickets to the server administrators, setting a hard 24-hour SLA due to the active exploitation threat. 4. Notify executive leadership. Send an automated, high-visibility alert to the CISO and business unit heads, explaining that the accepted status has been overridden by real-world threat events. Pro tip: ensure your VM policy explicitly states that the security team retains the absolute right to unilaterally override and revoke any active exception if a vulnerability becomes actively exploited in the wild, preventing administrative delays during a crisis.
Scenario 230. A developer requests a permanent risk acceptance for a critical vulnerability in an open source library, arguing that the vulnerability is never called because the application only uses a completely different, secure module of that library. How do you validate this claim and respond?
Answer: I would validate this claim by executing a dependency path and runtime verification. I would not trust a developer's manual code analysis. Instead, I would run a software composition analysis (SCA) tool configured with reachability analysis. The SCA tool parses the application's call graph to mathematically prove whether the application's code execution path can ever reach the vulnerable library function. If the SCA tool proves the path is unreachable, I would approve a temporary conditional exception times on the condition times that they implement automated regression testing to ensure future code updates do not accidentally open the path. Pro tip: check for transitive dependencies. Even if their primary application code does not call the vulnerable module, a secondary, third-party library inside their code stack might. Reachability tools are the only way to audit these complex, multi-tiered dependency paths accurately.
Category 23 Conclusion.
Risk acceptance is a foundational pillar of operational security, but it must never be used as a permanent bypass for lazy patching. By enforcing a standardized exception framework backed by verified compensating controls, maintaining continuous drift detection, and establishing dynamic zero-day revocations, you protect the enterprise from silent exposures. In a mature program, every open exception is a controlled business decision, not a blind vulnerability.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a Master Vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 23 to Category 24.
While establishing risk acceptance lifecycles ensures individual operational integrity, building a world-class enterprise security program requires macro-level steering. You must prove to leadership that your operational efforts are moving the needle on actual risk, which requires a mastery of metrics, performance indicators, and program building. We are moving from tactical risk governance to strategic program steering. Welcome to metrics, KPIs, and program building. Let's explore Category 24.
Category 24. Metrics, KPIs, and program building scenarios.
You cannot manage what you do not measure, and you cannot secure what you do not fund. This category evaluates your ability to build, steer, and justify an enterprise vulnerability management program. You will learn how to design a high-impact 30, 60, and 90-day onboarding strategy, define strategic KPIs that align with boardroom goals, troubleshoot conflicting metrics like rising MTTR, evaluate scanner performance, and articulate program ROI to justify critical budget increases.
Category 24, Scenarios 231 to 240.
Here are the 10 scenarios focusing on program metrics, operational performance, and C-suite alignment. Scenario 231, establishing strategic priorities for your first 30, 60, and 90 days as a VM analyst. Scenario 232, defining the top 3 key performance indicators for a mature VM program. Scenario 233, troubleshooting and increasing MTTR metric despite rising patch deployment efforts. Scenario 234, designing a reporting model to measure the effectiveness of active compensating controls. Scenario 235, designing a gamification framework to incentivize patch velocity without introducing bias. Scenario 236, executing a technical transition from CVSS-based grading to risk-based vulnerability management. Scenario 237, measuring and auditing the performance of your vulnerability scanning engines. Scenario 238, articulating the ROI and cost-effectiveness of your VM program to justify budget expansion. Scenario 239, analyzing the metric failure when an enterprise is breached despite 99% SLA compliance. Scenario 240, presenting high-impact cybersecurity and vulnerability metrics to a non-technical board. Let's dive into Scenario 231.
Scenario 231. You are hired as the very first vulnerability management analyst at a rapidly scaling enterprise with 0 pre-existing security frameworks and over 100,000 open vulnerabilities in their raw databases. What are your strategic priorities for your first 30, 60, and 90 days?
Answer: I would execute a structured, progressive onboarding plan to stabilize, standardize, and scale the program. Days 1 to 30, stabilize. Establish visibility. Audit and verify scanner health. Ensure credentialed access is running on core subnets, and run a high-speed discovery scan to map the external attack surface. Days 31 to 60, standardize. Define governance. Author the first formal enterprise VM policy. Establish agreed-upon SLAs with IT leads, and set up automated ticket routing to eliminate manual email backlogs. Days 61 to 90 scale. Shift to risk-based management. Transition the dashboard from raw CVSS scores to threat-weighted metrics, deploy a centralized exception registry, and present the first risk reduction reports to the CISO. Pro tip: do not attempt to patch everything in your first 30 days. Your primary goal is visibility and baseline establishment. Proving that you have mapped the perimeter and cleaned up false positive noise builds immediate credibility.
Scenario 232. The CISO requests that you define exactly 3 key performance indicators, KPIs, to track and report the global performance of the VM program to the Executive Risk Committee. Which 3 KPIs do you select, and why?
Answer: I would select 3 KPIs that measure velocity, quality, and risk reduction. First, mean time to remediate MTTR of exploited vulnerabilities, which tracks our operational speed against active, real-world threats. Second, SLA breach rate of in-scope assets, which measures the quality and compliance of our operations against our agreed-upon business windows. Third, enterprise risk score trend, which translates raw vulnerability counts into an aggregated, weighted index of our overall exposure. Together, these 3 provide a complete picture of operational efficiency and strategic risk reduction. Pro tip: avoid reporting raw vulnerability counts as a primary KPI. Raw counts are a vanity metric. A rise in counts can indicate better scanning coverage rather than a security failure, while a drop can indicate scanner blind spots. Always focus on risk score burndown.
Scenario 233. Your quarterly performance scorecard shows that your mean time to remediate MTTR is increasing, even though the IT patching team has applied 20% more patches this quarter. Leadership assumes security operations are slowing down. What is causing this discrepancy, and how do you investigate?
Answer: an increasing MTTR despite rising patch activity is a classic indicator of backlog clearance. When the IT team finally applies patches to old, historical vulnerabilities that have been sitting open for months, the close timestamps of those old tickets inflate the average MTTR calculation. I would investigate by separating new finding MTTR, how fast we patch newly discovered flaws, from backlog, finding MTTR, how fast we clear legacy debt. I would present this to leadership, proving that our operational speed is actually excellent, and the rising metric is a positive indicator that we are clearing long-standing technical debt. Pro tip: use median time to remediate instead of mean. The median is statistically resistant to extreme outliers like a single 3-year-old server finally being patched, providing a much more accurate and stable representation of your team's day-to-day patching speed.
Scenario 234. Your team relies heavily on virtual patches WAF or IPS and network micro-segmentation to shield unpatchable legacy systems. The C-suite claims that compensating controls are fake security and demands proof of their effectiveness. How do you measure and report the value of these controls?
Answer: I would construct a compensating control defense ledger that translates network blocks into documented risk reduction through these steps. 1. Track active blocks via security logs. Query your WAF or IPS syslog logs to count the exact number of malicious payloads blocked that targeted the unpatched CVEs on the legacy mainframe. 2. Calculate the exposure gap reduction. Show that while the server is unpatched, the network segmentation has reduced the number of internal IPS that can reach the host from 10,000 to only 3, a 99% exposure reduction. 3. Conduct validation attack simulations. Run a safe, targeted penetration test against the shielded asset with the controls active. If the attack fails, document the block log as hard proof of control effectiveness. 4. Define risk equivalent scores. In your dashboard, adjust the weighted risk score of the shielded asset to reflect the active WAF protection, showing that the compensating control has successfully neutralized the danger. Pro tip: frame the metric as cost avoidance. Show leadership that using a WAF virtual patch saved the organization from an unscheduled 4-hour production outage, achieving identical risk reduction at 0 operational cost.
Scenario 235. Management wants to implement an internal patching leaderboard to reward engineering teams that close vulnerabilities fastest. How do you design this gamification framework to prevent perverse incentives, such as developers ignoring complex core patches to close high-volume, low-effort lows first?
Answer: I would design a risk-weighted point system rather than a flat ticket count leaderboard. I would assign points based on the risk value of the patch. Closing an actively exploited critical CISA (KEV) on a crown jewel asset is worth 100 points, while closing a low-severity workstation finding is worth only 1 point. I would also deduct penalty points for any ticket that breaches its SLA. This ensures that the gamification engine directly incentivizes developers to prioritize the most dangerous vulnerabilities, transforming the leaderboard into an active tool for strategic threat reduction. Pro tip: tie gamification directly to SLA compliance rate by team. By rewarding the percentage of tickets completed within their designated SLA rather than total counts, you ensure that teams with small, highly critical asset scopes are not penalized compared to teams with high volume, low complexity scopes.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 236. Your organization's patching operations are paralyzed because they are attempting to remediate over 10,000 critical and high CVSS vulnerabilities. You need to transition them to a risk-based vulnerability management (RBVM) model. How do you execute this transition?
Answer: I would implement a 3-phased risk filtering roadmap to transition the enterprise from CVSS to RBVM. Phase 1. Ingest threat intelligence. Integrate CISA EV and EPSS data feeds into the VM scanner, automatically reducing the immediate priority list to only those CVEs with active exploits in the wild. Phase 2. Map asset criticality. Tag all assets in the CMDB as high, medium, or low business value, establishing a dynamic risk matrix that multiplies vulnerability severity by host exposure. Phase 3. Formalize RBVM SLAs. Update the corporate policy, changing the patching SLAs from generic CVSS scores, for example, all 9.0s in 30 days, to risk-based rules, for example, only exploited crown jewels in 48 hours. Deliver the results. Show leadership that by shifting to RBVM, we have reduced their critical patching backlog from 10,000 tickets to 150 high-impact fixes, instantly clarifying their operational focus. Pro tip: use the risk density reduction metric to prove the success of the transition. Show the board that, while the total number of open vulnerabilities remains steady, our exploitable surface area dropped by 90% in the first quarter of RBVM deployment.
Scenario 237. Your current vulnerability scanner license is up for renewal, and procurement asks you to justify the spend by providing performance metrics. What specific metrics do you use to evaluate your scanner's performance?
Answer: I would evaluate our scanning engine's performance using these 4 technical metrics. 1. Credential success rate. The percentage of scheduled scans that successfully achieve authenticated local checks on target subnets, measuring our data gathering quality. 2. Scan window latency. The average time required to complete a full discovery and signature scan across our production networks, ensuring the engine does not impact bandwidth SLAs. 3. False positive ratio. The percentage of scanned alerts that are manually verified as false positives, measuring the accuracy and tuning quality of the scanner's plugin database. 4. Signature release lag. The average time between a vendor's public CVE disclosure and our scanner's release of a working detection plugin, measuring our 0-day detection speed. Pro tip: use API integration coverage as an additional metric, proving that the scanner can automatically push data to your ticketing and SIEM platforms via native, well-documented APIs is critical to justifying its ROI in a modern security program.
Scenario 238. You need to request a $200,000 budget increase to purchase an automated attack surface mapping tool, but the CFO demands to see the return on investment ROI of the current VM program first. How do you measure and present the economic value of the program?
Answer: I would translate technical metrics into business risk avoidance and financial modeling. I would present a report showing the cost of a breach in our industry, for example, average ransomware cost of $4 million. I would then show that our VM program successfully remediated 150 actively exploited vulnerabilities on our crown jewel payment gateways this year. By multiplying the number of neutralized threats by our historical probability of breach, I can show the CFO that the program has successfully avoided an estimated $2.1 million in operational downtime and regulatory recovery costs, delivering a clear, mathematical return on investment. Pro tip: present and operational efficiency saving metric. Show the CFO that by implementing automated SOAR ticketing, we have reduced the manual patching time of the IT staff by 500 hours this year, returning $50,000 in direct labor productivity back to the business.
Scenario 239. Your weekly dashboard reports a perfect 99% SLA patching compliance, but the organization is successfully breached via an unpatched, out-of-scope database server. Leadership is confused and angry, demanding to know how a compliant program allowed a breach. What metric failed, and how do you fix your performance scorecard?
Answer: the metric that failed was asset coverage and scanning scope. I would explain to leadership that we fell victim to compliance blindness. Our SLA metric was 99% compliant times only times for the assets we were actively scanning, completely ignoring the unmapped, shadow database server that sat outside our CMDB scope. I would fix our scorecard by introducing asset coverage percentage as our primary, overarching metric, showing exactly what percentage of the corporate network is actively scanned and managed. This ensures that a perfect patching SLA can never again mask an incomplete inventory. Pro tip: implement a maturity index that combines SLA compliance, asset coverage, and credential success rate into a single unified score. If any of these three pillars drops, the overall score plummets, preventing teams from claiming success while running with massive blind spots.
Scenario 240. You have been allocated exactly 5 minutes to present your annual vulnerability metrics to a non-technical board of directors. How do you structure this presentation to be impactful?
Answer: I would structure my 5-minute presentation around enterprise resilience and risk trends using these 3 high-level slides. 1. Slide 1. The enterprise risk trend. Display our weighted risk score over the last 12 months, showing a clear downward trend line that visually demonstrates active risk reduction. 2. Slide 2. The operational SLA performance. Show a simple vertical bar chart of our SLA compliance rate by business unit, highlighting who is meeting corporate security standards and who requires executive support. 3. Slide 3. The threat landscape and next steps. Explain how our program secured the business against the specific, high-profile threats currently in the news, for example, ransomware, and conclude with a one-sentence justification for next year's budget. 4. Deliver the narrative. Speak in the language of revenue protection and business continuity, completely avoiding technical CVE numbers or scanner jargon. Pro tip: use the peer benchmarking comparison. Show the board where your company stands compared to other organizations in your specific industry. This triggers their competitive and fiduciary instincts, making budget approvals significantly easier.
Category 24. Conclusion.
Building a mature vulnerability management program is about translating technical operations into executive strategy. By designing structured 30, 60, and 90-day onboarding roadmaps, tracking risk-based KPIs instead of flat vulnerability counts, and presenting economic ROI metrics directly to the board, you secure the funding and organizational support required to defend the enterprise. Success in the boardroom means you are recognized as a strategic risk partner who actively protects corporate revenue.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Transition from Category 24 to Category 25.
While mastering boardroom communication and operational metrics secures your program's budget, the technology landscape is experiencing a massive evolutionary shift. The emergence of large language models, autonomous developer tools, and dynamic container networks introduces a completely new class of software and architectural vulnerabilities that traditional scanning engines cannot detect. We are moving from traditional program metrics to the next generation frontier. Welcome to artificial intelligence and emerging tech. Let's explore Category 25.
Category 25. Artificial Intelligence and Emerging Tech Scenarios.
We have reached the final category of our masterclass. This section tests your readiness for the future of cybersecurity. You will learn how to detect and remediate vulnerabilities in complex machine learning frameworks like PyTorch and TensorFlow, mitigate insecure code generated by AI coding assistants, protect your network from poison models downloaded from public repositories, establish safety guardrails for internal LLM chatbots, secure high-performance GPU clusters, and utilize your scanning tools to prepare for the critical transition to post-quantum cryptography.
Category 25, Scenarios 241 to 250.
Here are the final 10 scenarios focusing on next-generation artificial intelligence and emerging tech risk. Scenario 241. Detecting and patching unscannable vulnerabilities in machine learning frameworks like PyTorch or TensorFlow. Scenario 242. Systematically mitigating vulnerable code introduced by developers using AI assistants. Scenario 243. Scanning and responding to poison pickle models downloaded from public registries. Scenario 244. Assessing and managing prompt injection and output vulnerabilities in internal LLM chatbots. Scenario 245. Managing the fallout when an AI-driven prioritization tool hallucinates and downgrades 0 days. Scenario 246. Maintaining security visibility over massive GPU clusters without running disruptive active scans. Scenario 247. Establishing policy guardrails when an AI-generated remediation script causes an outage. Scenario 248. Mitigating vulnerabilities in vector databases when scanners lack dedicated signature plugins. Scenario 249. Discovering and restricting unauthorized shadow AI tools leaking sensitive company data. Scenario 250. Designing a VM strategy to identify deprecated cryptography as we transition to post-quantum standards. Let's dive into Scenario 241.
Scenario 241. A critical remote code execution vulnerability is announced in a core model serialization component of PyTorch. Traditional network vulnerability scanners lack a signature plugin for this, leaving your active machine learning research pipelines completely blind to the exposure. How do you find and remediate this flaw?
Answer: when standard scanners fail on emerging frameworks, I would pivot to software composition and file system analysis using these steps. 1. Deploy local SCA scanning. Run an agent-based software composition analysis (SCA) tool directly on the data science hosts to scan local Python package registries pip or conda for the vulnerable PyTorch version. 2. Perform code-level repository audit. Scan the enterprise code repositories, for example, GitHub using dependency tree scanners to identify every active ML project importing the vulnerable framework. 3. Enforce base image updates. Work with the platform team to update the standard gold ML image with the patched version of PyTorch, forcing a rebuild of all dependent workloads. 4. Restrict outbound network paths. As a temporary shield, configure host firewalls to restrict outbound access to approved repositories and services, while temporary mitigations are in place, preventing the execution of remote command and control payloads. Pro tip: machine learning libraries are frequently packaged inside containers. Ensure your container registry scanner is configured to parse deep Python virtual environments inside the image file system, as standard package manager checks often miss these nested libraries.
Scenario 242. Your weekly dependency scan shows a massive spike in insecure coding blocks and deprecated vulnerable libraries entering the CI and CD pipeline. Developers admit they are copy-pasting code directly from generative AI assistants like ChatGPT or GitHub Copilot without vetting. How do you resolve this systematically?
Answer: I would implement continuous pipeline governance and automated SCA gating. I would explain to development leads that while AI assistants accelerate coding speed, they can generate insecure, outdated, or contextually inappropriate code that contains unpatched vulnerabilities. I would integrate automated software composition analysis (SCA) and static application security testing (SAST) gates directly into their pull request workflows. If a developer attempts to merge code containing a critical vulnerability generated by an AI assistant, the pipeline will automatically fail the build, forcing manual verification of the code before it can ever reach production. Pro tip: establish corporate AI coding policies. Work with engineering leads to configure organization-wide settings in tools like GitHub Copilot, forcing the assistant to only suggest libraries and code blocks that are matched to your pre-scanned, approved corporate package repositories.
Scenario 243. A developer downloads a pre-trained image recognition model from a public repository, for example, Hugging Face. Threat intelligence warns that attackers have begun publishing poison pickle models that execute arbitrary operating system commands upon loading. How do you scan for and respond to this emerging threat?
Answer: combating poison machine learning models requires a provenance, format verification, and runtime isolation protocol. 1. Verify model provenance. Ensure the model originates from a trusted, cryptographically signed publisher on the registry before authorizing download into the environment. 2. Deploy specialized model scanners. Run specialized model security scanners such as Fickling or Pickle Scan against all downloaded .pkl or .pt files to identify embedded malicious bytecode before they are executed. 3. Mandate safe format SAFEtensors. Enforce a development policy requiring teams to migrate from legacy, vulnerable pickle serialization formats to modern, secure SAFEtensors formats, which strictly disallow code execution. 4. Isolate the loading environment. Ensure that any untrusted pre-trained model is loaded inside a sandboxed container with restricted network capabilities and limited system privileges. Pro tip: treat public model registries like open source libraries. Establish a pre-approved model registry in Artifactory, requiring all models to undergo automated static code and format scanning before being authorized for developer download.
Scenario 244. Your organization deploys a customer-facing LLM chatbot that uses Retrieval Augmented Generation RAG to query internal databases. Traditional vulnerability scanners do not understand prompt injection, which could allow attackers to manipulate the bot. How do you assess and manage this risk?
Answer: I would implement a multi-layered LLM guardrail and input sanitization architecture. First, I would assess the chatbot using specialized LLM testing tools such as Garak to simulate active prompt injection attacks. To manage the risk in production, I would deploy an LLM firewall such as Nemo Guardrails or Llama Guard to inspect and sanitize both the user's incoming prompts and the chatbot's outgoing responses. This prevents attackers from manipulating downstream application behavior or access controls if the application does not properly validate retrieved data and database interactions. Pro tip: never let user input directly concatenate into database queries. Ensure your RAG database calls are parameterized and pass through a strict semantic parsing layer, preventing an attacker from using prompt injection to execute unauthorized database queries or commands.
Scenario 245. Your team adopts an AI-driven vulnerability prioritization platform. However, you discover that the tool hallucinated and downgraded an actively exploited 0-day on a public server to low risk based on outdated training data. How do you handle the immediate fallout and adjust your trust in the tool?
Answer: my first action is to trigger an emergency prioritization override to restore the 0-day to its correct critical status and initiate immediate patching. Next, I would conduct a root cause review with the AI vendor to understand why their model failed to ingest the real-time threat intelligence feeds. To adjust our trust, I would implement a dual verification gating policy. While the AI tool is allowed to prioritize low-level findings, all critical, internet-facing, or threat intel flagged vulnerabilities must pass through a manual validation gate. Additionally, I would schedule a monthly calibration sprint to measure the AI's risk decisions against actual threat outcomes to continuously tune the scoring model over time. Pro tip: never rely on a single black box prioritization engine. Always cross-reference your AI tool's recommendations against the CISA KEV and EPSS catalogs. If a public repository proves active exploitation, your policy must automatically override any AI-generated low-risk classification.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass. You send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details. 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip. Get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
Scenario 246. The data science team deploys a massive GPU cluster for long-term LLM training. They demand that no vulnerability scanners run active network scans on these nodes, claiming the scanner's traffic will disrupt their parallel processing loops and crash multi-day training jobs. How do you maintain visibility?
Answer: I would bypass network scanning entirely and deploy agentless, passive, and API-driven host audits across the cluster. 1. Deploy lightweight EDR agents. Install a lightweight, passive EDR agent on the hypervisor or host OS of the GPU nodes to collect vulnerability and patch data locally, ensuring active scanning does not interfere with highly sensitive training workloads. 2. Implement agentless snapshot scanning. Use cloud-level API-side scanning to analyze snapshots of the GPU cluster's underlying storage volumes, Identifying vulnerabilities offline with zero host performance impact. 3. Configure passive traffic listeners. Place passive network sensors on the cluster's ingress switch ports to monitor for any unauthorized outbound traffic or lateral scanning attempts. 4. Establish out-of-band maintenance. Schedule automated vulnerability reports to run only times during the designated maintenance windows between major training jobs, ensuring zero disruption to active computation. Pro tip: high-performance GPU nodes are premium targets for unauthorized cryptomining. Configure your monitoring tools to alert immediately if any GPU node attempts to establish outbound network connections to non-whitelisted IP addresses, signaling potential compromise.
Scenario 247. A junior VM analyst uses a public generative AI chatbot to write a Python script to automate the deployment of a critical server patch. However, the AI-generated script contains a logical loop error that locks the target host's file system, causing a major production outage. How do you establish safe policy guardrails?
Answer: I would establish a strict code verification and sandbox execution policy. First, I would mandate that no script, regardless of whether it was written by an AI or a human, can ever be deployed directly to production without passing through a staging sandbox environment and receiving a manual peer review sign-off from a senior engineer. Second, I would configure our CI and CD pipelines to run automated linting and syntax checks on all operational scripts. Finally, I would implement a policy that restricts public AI use according to corporate policy and approved data classification, directing analysts to use our secure, internally hosted enterprise coding assistant. Pro tip: treat operational scripts as software assets. Store all automation playbooks in a centralized Git repository with branch protections. This ensures that any modifications require a pull request and formal review, preventing unvetted scripts from silently entering production.
Scenario 248. Threat intelligence warns of critical vulnerabilities in modern vector databases like Pinecone or Milvus, used to store embeddings for your RAG applications. Your current VM scanner lacks dedicated plugins for these databases. What is your technical workaround?
Answer: while traditional scanners may lack dedicated plugins for these emerging vector nodes, the underlying risk still originates from standard OS, container, dependency, authentication, and configuration layers. I would implement a layered assessment. 1. Audit OS and container layers. Run local authenticated OS credential scans or container image scans on the hosting host, patching the base system kernel and library dependencies. 2. Perform manual configuration audits. Manually query the database APIs and configurations to verify that access control is active, default credentials are rotated, and SSL or TLS is enforced. 3. Isolate the vector subnet. Place the vector databases in an isolated VLAN, blocking all inbound traffic except the specific authorized query connections from the RAG application tier. 4. Enable database log forwarding. Route the database transaction logs to your central SIEM, configuring rules to alert on any unexpected database queries or administrative command executions. Pro tip: vector databases are highly sensitive because they contain the semantic memory of your AI. Ensure that encryption at rest is enforced across all data stores, preventing an attacker who gains local system command access from reading the raw embeddings.
Scenario 249. You discover that employees are bypassing corporate web gateways to use unauthorized shadow AI utilities like personal translation or debugging bots, uploading highly sensitive internal system logs and application code to public LLMs. How do you identify, block, and manage this emerging threat?
Answer: I would deploy a data loss prevention and identity gateway control strategy to neutralize this data leakage path. 1. Enforce web proxy and CASB category blocks. Configure your secure web gateway, CASB, and SSE portals to automatically block all traffic originating from corporate subnets to known, unauthorized AI and LLM domains. 2. Deploy endpoint DLP rules. Set data loss prevention DLP rules on all workstations to automatically block the copying and pasting of sensitive data structures such as API keys or log strings into non-sanctioned web browsers. 3. Sanction an enterprise alternative. Work with leadership to procure and sanction a secure, enterprise-grade AI assistant integrated with corporate SSO, ensuring all data is protected under strict privacy agreements. 4. Monitor inbound SSO logs. Audit corporate SSO registration logs to identify any unauthorized shadow SaaS AI integrations, shutting down unvetted accounts immediately. Pro tip: do not just block access, educate the users. When a web block occurs, display a customized block page that directs the user to the secure, corporate-approved enterprise AI portal, providing a secure and productive path to compliance.
Scenario 250. Security leadership asks you to prepare a comprehensive vulnerability management strategy to prepare for the industry-wide transition to post-quantum cryptography (PQC). How do you utilize your VM tools to identify legacy systems using soon-to-be deprecated encryption standards across the enterprise?
Answer: I would construct an automated cryptographic discovery and lifecycle transition pipeline. 1. Configure SSH or TLS protocol audits. Set up your vulnerability scanner to flag active SSH or SSL or TLS endpoints, identifying our global cryptographic inventory and mapping legacy algorithms to plan a structured migration toward post-quantum readiness. 2. Perform local registry package scans. Use agent-based scans to query local server file systems, identifying outdated crypto libraries, for example, old versions of OpenSSL that do not support PQC. 3. Tag legacy cryptographic assets. Automatically apply metadata tags, for example, crypto:"legacy RSA to all identified systems, establishing a centralized cryptographic risk registry. 4. Collaborate with platform teams. Present a structured burn-down roadmap to the platform and development teams, prioritizing the upgrade of internet-facing and financial data transmission services first. Pro tip: transitioning to PQC is a multi-year effort. Start by establishing a cryptographic bill of materials (CBOM) for all custom applications. A CBOM explicitly documents every encryption algorithm used in your code, allowing you to track and update deprecated standards systematically.
Category 25 Conclusion.
Securing artificial intelligence and emerging technologies is the final frontier of modern security operations. By protecting machine learning pipelines, sanitizing LLM inputs and outputs, establishing agentless cloud-side scanning, and proactively mapping our cryptographic inventory for post-quantum transitions, we ensure that our defenses evolve at the speed of technological innovation. The role of the VM analyst is no longer about running simple scans. It is about orchestrating global, multi-layered risk reduction across the entire physical, cloud, and AI lifecycle.
Vulnerability Management 250 Scenarios Masterclass Conclusion.
You have now completed the entire 250 Scenario Vulnerability Management Scenario Masterclass series. Across both Part 1 and Part 2, we have covered 1. The core operations-related scenarios, mass-critical events, active 0 days, false positive validation, and business diplomacy. 2. The engineering engine room-related scenarios, DevSecOps integrations, container registries, policy exceptions, and SOAR automation pipelines. 3. The enterprise frontier-related scenarios, hybrid architectures, regional compliance, OT and medical physical environments, and emerging AI technologies. This exhaustive catalog represents the gold standard of real-world enterprise cybersecurity.
Unlock your senior security career today.
By mastering these 250 scenarios across Part 1 and Part 2, you possess the theoretical and tactical knowledge required to lead vulnerability management operations in any global enterprise. Check the link in the description below for Part 1 link. Subscribe to the channel, leave your questions in the comments, and continue your journey towards senior cybersecurity leadership. We will see you in the next masterclass.
Are you tired of generic interview prep? You can spend weeks studying generic interview questions, only to walk into a tech interview and realize they are asking about completely different tools and real-world scenarios. A tech title means nothing. A data engineer, DevOps engineer, or SAP consultant role is completely different at every single company. If you are not studying for the exact tech stack in the job description, you are wasting your time. That is exactly the problem we solve. Whether your upcoming interview is for SAP, DevOps, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud architecture, or cybersecurity, we will build a custom interview cheat sheet designed specifically for your target role. How we build your masterclass: you send us the exact job description. We analyze the technologies, the dependencies, and the seniority level. Then, we prepare a highly customized package with predicted interview rounds, realistic mock interview scripts, and targeted technical questions and answers. Stop guessing what managers will ask. If you have an upcoming interview and would like customized mock interview scripts and targeted practice questions and answers built specifically around your job description, feel free to email me at inquiry.aceinterviews@gmail.com. Please include these 4 details: 1. Your exact job description. 2. Your target role. 3. The interview date if known. 4. Your relevant experience level. Walk in with absolute confidence. I will personally review your submission and let you know what type of preparation package would provide the most value. We will analyze the requirements and build the exact custom mock scripts and questions and answers you need to get the offer. What if you people want a continuous study instead, with most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs? But what if you do not have an active interview lined up right now? If you want to proactively build your skills over time, we have recently launched our Master Vault subscription model. This is an all-access pass containing most commonly asked interview questions and answers PDFs of various tech roles in every single major technology like DevOps, SAP, testing, Salesforce, data engineering, cloud, Java and Python, etc. Choose the full bundle or specific paths, but we understand that unlocking every technology at once might feel overwhelming. If you are solely an SAP consultant, a Salesforce developer, or a DevOps engineer, you do not need the entire Master Vault. We redesigned the ecosystem so you can subscribe to the unrestricted full bundle or choose individual targeted vaults tailored specifically to your career. The universal interview tip. Whenever you ask a tech VP or an industry mentor how to crack a tough interview, they all give you the exact same tip: get familiar with the most commonly asked interview questions. It sounds simple, right? But here is the problem. The search nightmare. Finding the actual most commonly asked questions for senior roles is a nightmare. Generic Google searches only give you basic textbook definitions, and those will not help you clear a lead architect or senior engineer round where production reality matters. Imagine a master vault. Now, imagine a vault where the absolute most commonly asked interview questions for your specific role are already collected for you, perfectly organized by interview rounds like 1. Most commonly asked technical-based question and answers. 2. Most commonly asked scenario-based question and answers. 3. Most commonly asked real-world problem-solving question and answers. 4. Most commonly asked system design question and answers. 5. Most commonly asked behavioral-based question and answers. Cross-domain mastery. I built the ACE Interviews Master Vault for the modern architect. We did not just do this for one role. We covered everything: SAP, cybersecurity, DevOps, software testing, data engineering, Java, and Python. The ultimate all-access deal. Instead of paying for individual PDFs, you can now unlock our entire database. Get over 1,000 plus PDFs containing 50,000 plus of the most asked question and answers for a mere 1,499 rupees a month. The elite transformation. Stop studying just to pass. Equip yourself with the cross-domain confidence of a true architect and walk out of your next interview choosing between 2 or 3 elite job offers. Unlock the vault now. The era of buying individual guides is over. Click the link in the video description below right now to unlock the Master Vault. Now, let's get back to the masterclass.
For more exciting tips, tricks, and more importantly, for valuable insights of interviews, please share, like, and subscribe to my channel. It has a lot of valuable information about various insights of interviews. It has a wide range of real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for interviews, and it has wide range of most asked interview questions and answers of various technologies like data science, SAP, AWS, DevOps, and full-stack web development, and more. That will be useful during interviews. It has a wide range of most asked interview questions and answers and real-world portfolio projects of various technologies for freshers. For 2 to 3 years, experienced candidates, and for 5 or above years, experienced candidates to test their skills by knowing most asked interview questions and make themselves ready for interviews.